I tell him to speak at a level 5, what we're doing now, and he goes, oh, Vin, I think I'm being too loud. I go, Dave, that's crazy, you're not. You're losing out on a huge amount of authority, charisma, energy, confidence, and authority because you don't speak at a level 5. Volume. Third one is pitch. Pitch is fascinating because for the listeners who are listening right now, think to a book you've read. Maybe you can even think to a book you've read, Kerwin. A book you've read more than 10 times, right? Have you got one that you've read a lot?
Yes.
Maybe not 10 times, but let's say you
No,
have,
I've
right?
got like many.
You've got one? Okay.
Yeah.
If I asked you to recite for me a page in that book word for word, could you do it?
No.
Good, otherwise you'd be a freak. Now let me ask you another question. Is there a song that you sing quite often that you enjoy?
Oof. There's a song that my son loves to play.
Right, over and over again.
Yeah.
Right, but if I asked you to recite for me word for word that song, could you recite the song?
Oh, and there's not one song in the world that I know the lyrics to.
Oh, no, okay, so you're a terrible example for this. But for the listeners, you
Yeah.
totally ruined my example, thank you, Kevin. But for the listeners, surely you can think of a song that you love, right?
Yeah.
And generally most people can
Well, actually, I can think of one song that I actually know the words of.
Okay.
You Never Close Your Eyes Anymore, when you're the Top Gun.
Top Gun,
Yeah.
right, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Now, why okay, so a song has roughly 280 words.
Right.
A page in a book has roughly 280 words. Why can you recite a song yet not a page in a book?
That's so interesting.
Music has melody. So if you speak with more melody, what you say becomes more memorable. What you say becomes more memorable. Whereas most people use 2 notes when they speak. Whereas I use the philosophy and I use the mindset of each person, every one of you that's listening to this right now, you've got a piano of 88 keys, right? And most people speak with a couple of keys. And I remember my first singing teacher when I met her, and I didn't do this to become a singer, I did this to become a more effective communicator. When I walked into a room, I remember this, she didn't even look at me. And she'd play one key over and over and over again for 3 minutes. It was like something out of The Exorcist. And then she'd stop and she'd go, how do you feel, young man? I'd say, I don't know. This is kind of scary, awkward, nothing. And then she'd play this beautiful song called Romance. 3 minutes. And then she'd turn around and she goes, how do you feel, young man? I said, actually quite sad, to be honest. That was quite a sad song. She goes, Vin, most people go through life speaking like this. One key. I'll teach you how to speak like this.
Wow.
Melody. So melody, right? So again, melody, third foundation. Because here's the thing, let me give you this example too. You could hear a piano song and feel sad. You could hear a piano song and feel happy. You could hear a piano song and feel inspired. You could hear a piano song and feel scared. There's no words. How do you know how to feel? So there's a backing track underneath every voice. There's a backing track under every voice. When people say, oh, when this person walks into the room, lifts the energy of the room, what is that? That's the backing track of their voice. There's people who walk into a room and you feel incredibly heavy. Like I come in and I talk, oh, Kerwin, it's Monday. Can't believe it's 5 days till Friday. And there's a backing track behind that. So melody, that's pitch. The fourth one is tonality. And tonality is the emotion that lives underneath your words. Without realizing, and this is where the world of theatre and the world of singing come together, but body language. Your face is the remote control for the emotion that lives underneath your words. And most people, without knowing, are walking around with what is otherwise known as a resting bitch face. And if you've got a resting bitch face, you've got a bitch tone. So if you just slightly smile, it brings more melody into your voice because a smile controls the emotion underneath your words.
Down to 15 seconds.
And again, if I make a disgusted face for no reason, I'm not talking about anything disgusted, but I sound disgusted.
10 seconds.
The 6 core human emotions, you've got happy, sad, disgust, fearful, angry, and surprise. You've got to be able to show those 6 tonalities at least if you want to be an effective communicator.
One friendly remaining.
Most people don't.
Bomb
Most
diffuser
men
in place.
don't. Most men, neutral face. And as a result, neutral tone. Most people are afraid of a monotone voice, yet do not know that a monotone voice comes from a monotone body. And your face is a part of your body. So this is a huge one in my classes when I teach, just to get men and women in the corporate world who are so stoic in their facial expressions, just to break out of their mold and show me some emotion, damn it. And when they do, they come alive and authenticity is now radiating through them. That's the big one. And the fifth one is pausing.
Diffuser has been destroyed.
Just this.
Mission successful.
And for the listeners who listen to this, just as we pause, it's so powerful. It gives them time to comprehend what we're saying. It gives us as communicators time to listen and to process. And these are important foundations when you're playing your instrument. And if you listen back to this podcast or any great speaker, these are the 5 things they're modulating. And any speaker who you deem to not be a great communicator, they're just not modulating one of these things. And they get stuck in a default volume, stuck in a default rate, stuck in a default pitch, stuck in a default tonality. You modulate these 5 things, you master these 5 things, now you play beautifully with your instrument. Yeah, it's just these 5 things.
Mate, you've nailed it.
There you have it, guys. Thanks for tuning in to Unstoppable with me, your host, Kerwin Ray. And please do not forget to subscribe to our
Your drone has located a bomb.
If you've got a boring voice, you can do something about it. It's possible.
Julian Treasure.
The author of How to Be Heard.
Your TED Talk is the 6th most listened to TED Talk of all time.
I've assembled 7 deadly sins of speaking. Here they are.
It's the most common mistake I see in business, in relationships. You're speaking to teams, you're trying to inspire people, you're trying to lead people, build relationships with people. This is part of your life, and you've never paid any attention to it. We teach reading and writing in schools, we don't teach speaking, which is absolutely nuts. We're much keener to be heard than we are to listen to others. What's the biggest complaint in relationships? He or she never listens to me. Our happiness and our well-being are fundamentally affected by whether we master the skills of speaking and listening.
How does one speak with authority in work, in life, in my relationships? What advice can you give me?
People often say to me, I don't feel confident. How can I engage with people? And the answer is,
Before this conversation starts, I've got a favour to ask from you. 74% of people that watch this podcast frequently haven't yet hit the subscribe button, and 9% of people haven't yet hit the bell to turn notifications on. The bigger this platform gets, the bigger the guests get. So if you could do me one favour, if you've ever enjoyed this podcast, please hit the subscribe button and turn notifications on. Without further ado, I'm Stephen Bartlett, and this is the Diary of a CEO. I hope nobody's listening, but if you are, then please keep this to yourself. Julian, you've had a pretty marvellous, unique career, and it's twisted and turned in a really fascinating way. One in which I don't imagine anyone could have really predicted ahead of time. What do I need to know about you and your earliest years to inform the person listening to this of any context that ended up steering where you would end up in your life?
I think, I was very fortunate to have a good education, which I didn't use to the max, perhaps, but I appreciated enormously. But I think from a young age, I grew up with a confidence that all will be well. And that's, I suppose you could sum that up in the word faith. Not talking about religious faith necessarily, although I've been in and out of that in my life, but just a conviction that all will be well. And I think that's an important thing for entrepreneurs who tend to be the people who'll take the jump and say, I think I'll get to the other side. Whereas a lot of people will be standing there going, you know what, you do that. So when things have come along, I've been comfortable to go with the flow, to say, well, let's see where this goes. I'm sure it'll be interesting.
I read that your TED Talk on speaking and being heard, I think that's the one, is the 6th or 7th most listened to TED Talk of all time, which is staggering because there are thousands and thousands of TED Talks. I've done one, nobody listened. And so when I saw that, I thought, how much did that moment change your life, if at all? And can you just tell me about the decision to do that talk that day and how it came about?
Well, it was the 5th actually, of 5 talks I did in a row, 5 separate TEDs. TED Global was in the UK in Oxford originally. And the first one I did was about how sound affects us, the 4 effects of sound. It's separate TEDs. TED Global was in the UK in Oxford originally. And the first one I did was about how sound affects us, the 4 effects of sound, it's called. Looking back at that, that's a very younger, slimmer me on stage. It's quite funny looking at it now. Nobody had ever used sound before in a TED talk like that, so they were quite excited about it. And then I got to do, the next one was about sound and health, and then one about listening, which is, as you know, kind of a religion for me. And then one about sound and the environment, the way architects design for the eyes, not the ears. So I had those 4 TED Talks to kind of practice, I suppose, and become a master, I suppose, of doing a TED Talk. I mean, it's a discipline. You have 12 minutes or maybe even, I think my first one was 6. You can't gabble. You can't try and cram too much in. You have to be very clear about the big idea, the why would people be interested in this? The what's the journey I'm taking people on? Where am I moving them from to? And you need to know how to do it, how to stand on that stage, on that red dot, and project it with confidence and clarity and engage people in coming on that journey with you. So I suppose by the time I did that 5th one, I was more expert in giving TED Talks than most people would ever have a chance to be, because I'd done 4 before, and that's unusual. So I certainly, when I walked on stage, I felt quite good on that talk, and yeah, I think I nailed it. I'd rehearsed a lot, and we can talk about the principles of public speaking and so forth, which I've done a lot of work on. But I did a good job, and the audience really responded. There was a great feeling in the room. So when I walked off, I felt that I'd absolutely, done that one justice. They didn't release it for a year, and I thought, oh, maybe they didn't like it, But I do remember Bruno Giussani, who's one of the guys who kind of runs TED in Edinburgh Castle, bumped into me about 3 hours after I gave that talk, and he said, "Hail." And I thought, okay, well, Bruno wasn't there, so obviously word is getting around that there's some good stuff in there.
And HAIL's the acronym that you delivered in that talk about how to be a great public speaker. Honesty, authenticity, integrity, and love.
Correct.
When that TED Talk came out, how did your life change? Because I know how the algorithms work. It takes some time for things to sort of pick up momentum, but once they get going and the algorithm says the watch time on this episode is very, very good, so we're going to just keep showing it to more and more people. So it might have taken some time, but how did things change for you at that point? And also your orientation personally and professionally.
Yeah, it took off quite quickly once it came out. I had long since kind of got past watching the numbers every day. The first TED Talk I did, I was obsessive. 10,000 people watch this, and I'm sure everybody does a TED Talk, starts off like that. But this one clearly was going ballistic quite quickly. It went up, in a period of months. It was in the top 20, I think. And yes, it has changed my life fundamentally, really, really powerfully, because I have spent many, many hours on planes going all over the world, delivering talks, getting paid to deliver talks. So my career kind of shifted from running the sound agency, an audio branding company in the UK, which is, a relatively small business, and writing, my first book, Sound Business. I then got the opportunity to write the second book, which was off the back of that TED Talk. I got the opportunity to travel the world, meet people, give talks and spread the message, which is the important thing to me. Because as I say, I'm a listening evangelist. I am passionate about persuading people to start listening. So yeah, it moved my career totally onto a different track. track of public speaking, of writing books, of being a speaker and an author professionally.
And in hindsight, when you look at the wild success, I mean, the TED Talks combined have over 100 million views now, right? So that one particular talk, I think it's about 40 million views on YouTube alone.
Probably right. I mean,
Yeah.
Chris Anderson says, because you've got TED.com, so it's got however many million on there. I haven't looked recently, but then you add the YouTube views. Chris says whatever it is on TED.com, you need to double it to get a reasonable estimate of the number of views in embedded podcasts and all that kind of thing across the internet. So yeah, way over 100 million, I think, which is mind-boggling to me.
In hindsight, as you look at the success of that, the very, very wild, completely unprecedented success of that particular video delivered in that way on that topic, what has it taught you about why people care so much about that video and the topic?
I think that a lot of people don't feel heard in the world. So that talk was about getting your message across, how to speak so that people want to listen. And I think that's a need. And it's interesting, isn't it? You said the 5 times number is really interesting. The talk on listening has been seen by 1/5 as many people as the talk on speaking. So we're much keener to be heard than we are to listen to others. And there's an imbalance there, which I think is endemic in modern society.
Why do we want to be heard?
To make a difference, to forge relationships, to be validated, to mean something to somebody, to feel right, unfortunately, which is a big human need that I talk about quite a lot. Being right is quite a dangerous thing in the world at the moment, and a lot of people need to feel justified in that way, to be right.
What is it doing for us at our most primal level to be heard or to be right? What is it? Is it helping us to belong in the tribe? Is it?
Yeah, tribe, family, human race, and a reason for existing, I suppose. What am I doing here? And if people are listening to me, it gives me significance. That's certainly true. So I think it is about validating one's self. I mean, I'm a big fan of Eckhart Tolle and his theories about ego, and I think a lot of it would chime with that. The ego needs to be massaged. The ego needs to have affirmation, and being listened to, making a difference to people, is part of that. But on a more altruistic level, making a difference in the world. Your life has affected millions of people. My talks have hopefully, cast a pebble into a pond, and the ripples are going out, and lots more people, I hope, are listening as a result. Well, that's good. Whether it makes me feel good is another thing, but it is actually a good thing in the world.
We were talking before we started chatting about there's an irony to you coming here today and speaking because you've got a bit of a chest cold.
Yeah, well, yes, a head cold, which is in my chest. So my voice is pitched down, I'd say 2 tones at the moment, and is a bit croaky. It's frustrating as well as a speaker, because I love this instrument that we have. The human voice is an incredible instrument, and it's an instrument we all play, although most of us have never had any training or spent any time learning how to use it really well. Well, I have, and it's frustrating. I'm now dealing with a slightly broken instrument.
It's funny because when my team send me potential guests that want to come on the podcast, or we've reached out to them to come on this podcast, there's a couple of criteria I look for, and one of the most important, one of the non-negotiables, where we've had the most interesting, smartest people in the world, is their ability to speak. And when I say speak, I don't mean how well they can, how funny they are or things like that. I literally mean if they're monotone, we can't have the conversation. Because I've got no data to support this, but if someone is monotone in their delivery, then I find it to be hard to follow the story regardless.
Absolutely.
You say that the 2 most important things with speaking are the content and then the delivery. And that's what I'm actually getting to, is like that delivery point. Have you got any evidence to back up the importance of that? Or is this just in my head that I think
Well, it's another thing. I asked Chris Anderson, who's got more experience of listening to speakers than probably anybody in the world, because they do that all the time at TED. And I said to him, which is more important, content or delivery? And his answer was quite interesting. He said, well, if I had to choose, they're both important. If I had to choose, it's content, because if somebody's delivering earth-shattering content in a boring way, I can really make an effort and listen to them, and it's worth it at the end. Whereas if somebody's delivering vapid nonsense in a brilliant way, it's just irritating, actually. So I get that, but I do think they're both important. I mean, it is a shame if somebody's saying something incredibly important and they're not using what I call the vocal toolbox. You know, there's all this stuff that we can deploy if we start paying attention to our voice. You know, if you've got a boring voice, you can do something about it. It's possible. Get a vocal coach, work on it, you know, take up a breathing practice, improve your posture, just practice prosody, the intonation, you know, really exaggerating it. I'm a great fan of doing this. It's the kind of thing that actors do, singers do. And many times, for example, I've given talks where I've been looking at an audience of CEOs, hundreds or thousands of them. And I say, how many of you have to talk in public? Forest of hands goes up. How many of you have had formal vocal training? 3 or 4 people. And I go, what? This is part of your life. It's an important part of you're speaking to teams. You're trying to inspire people. You're trying to lead people. You're trying to communicate, build relationships with people. You're trying to move, you know, mountains with your voice, and you've never paid any attention to it. It's tragic. You know, we teach reading and writing in schools. We don't teach speaking or listening, which is absolutely nuts.
It's funny because when people ask me, I always say that the most important skill you can learn is to sell, because you're selling all the time. I'm selling right now. I meet a girl in a bar. I'm trying to sell to her to try and get her number. I have a girlfriend. I wouldn't do that. I'm selling in business. I'm selling to my teams. I'm trying to inspire investors to join us. My life is full of the sales pitch, whether I'm selling myself or an idea or a vision or whatever. But I've never really reflected on the fact that the foundation of that selling is this instrument.
Of course. Well, actually, even more than that, below that, what's the most important part of the sales conversation? Listening. It's not the speaking, it's the listening. Listening to understand the other person, to go onto their island, to understand what is it, what's their pain point? What is it I can solve or help them with here? Because if you can't, it's a waste of time. How many times have we all had that irritating sales conversation where somebody's trying to sell something we don't at all need, and because they're not listening? So patter, you know, it can be good, but really well-targeted talking to somebody to whom we have listened, respected, and understand, that's a different thing. That's powerful.
What would I have to do? Because there's lots of people that are out listening to this podcast that start their own podcast and want to be a podcaster, and many of them message me and they want to come and sit here on this podcast one day. What are the types of things you would advise someone to do with their voice to be heard?
Well, treating your voice as a skill is the first thing. So becoming conscious that this is a skill. It's not a natural capability. Just like listening is a skill, hearing is a capability, listening is a skill. So I very much talk about these two things as skills. Speaking and listening are skills that we do not teach in school or university, which is mad. So we have to take it upon ourselves because they matter, you know? They affect our outcomes in life. They affect, I always say, our happiness, our effectiveness, and our well-being are fundamentally affected by whether we master the skills of speaking and listening. So in terms of speaking, understanding there's a vocal toolbox is the first thing. So things like breathing. I mean, your voice is just breath. That's all it is. Breath moving across your vocal cords. And in order to speak well, it's very good to develop a breathing practice. Maybe you do yoga, maybe something else. Jane, my wonderful fiance, has taught me a breathing practice, which is very, very simple. Anybody can do it. And it's called resonant breathing, which is breathing in through your nose and then out through your mouth, like as if you're blowing. So you can hear it. And you practice that and you count and lengthen the in-breath and lengthen the out-breath. And also we want to be breathing from our diaphragm, from our stomach, because, you know, if you watch a baby breathing, it's their stomach that goes. I mean, it can kill you, and that's blood clots going to the lung. They have to go through the heart to get to the lung, so that
I have to do, because there's lots of people that are out listening to this podcast that start their own podcast and want to be a podcaster, and many of them message me and they want to come and sit here on this podcast one day. What are the types of things you would advise someone to do with their voice to be heard?
Well, treating your voice as a skill is the first thing. So becoming conscious that this is a skill. It's not a natural capability. Just like listening is a skill, hearing is a capability, listening is a skill. So I very much talk about these two things as skills. Speaking and listening are skills that we do not teach in school or university, which is mad. So we have to take it upon ourselves because they matter, you know? They affect our outcomes in life. They affect, I always say, our happiness, our effectiveness, and our well-being are fundamentally affected by whether we master the skills of speaking and listening. So in terms of speaking, understanding there's a vocal toolbox is the first thing. So things like breathing. I mean, your voice is just breath. That's all it is. Breath moving across your vocal cords. And in order to speak well, it's very good to develop a breathing practice. Maybe you do yoga, maybe something else. Jane, my wonderful fiance, has taught me a breathing practice, which is very, very simple. Anybody can do it. And it's called resonant breathing, which is breathing in through your nose and then out through your mouth, like as if you're blowing. So you can hear it. And you practice that and lengthen, you count and lengthen the in-breath and lengthen the out-breath. And also we want to be breathing from our diaphragm, from our stomach, because, you know, if you watch a baby breathing, it's their stomach that goes up and down, not the chest. So just developing that. I mean, I wonder, people listening to this podcast, when's the last time you took a really deep breath? We tend to breathe, you know, just to a fraction of our lungs, like a little bird. But with your voice, it's very important to breathe deeply and to get into that practice. Also a great cure for nerves. You know, if you come on stage and you're a little bit like this, hello everybody, then a big deep breath will settle the voice right down. So it's a really powerful thing to do.
That breathing practice, what is it doing then in terms of improving my performance? I've got the nerves part, but in terms of my vocal cords or...
It gets you into it. Well, what is it? Aristotle said excellence is, we are what we do repeatedly. So excellence is not an act, it's habit. So it gets you into the habit of breathing better and deeper. And, you know, when you're speaking in public, there's nothing wrong with taking a deep breath and filling your lungs. Actors do it all the time. I mean, a singer can sing for the most enormously long note. What's the world record for static apnea? 28 minutes, something like that, lying at the bottom of a swimming pool on one breath. You know, and that's static apnea. Then you've got the free divers. There are things we can do with our lungs which are beyond imagining, virtually. And yet most of us just breathe little tiny, tiny breaths. So it's good for you as well to exercise your lungs, to inflate them. I had, unfortunately, a few years ago, a pulmonary embolism, which is quite scary. I mean, it can kill you. And that's blood clots going to the lung. They have to go through the heart to get to the lung so that, you know, that's where you can die. And so my lungs are not as efficient as they were before that. And it's made me even more conscious of the importance of deep breathing, of expanding the lung capacity. It's part of being healthy, apart from anything else, to have great lung capacity.
Is that what exercise does?
Yeah.
Kind of inadvertently?
Partly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Releases all sorts of good, the happy chemicals into your system as well, exercise. But breathing is very, very good for you, generally. And we don't do enough of it.
So I've done my breathing exercises. I'm heading on to the Diary of a CEO podcast. What else would I have to do to be heard by the listener? What are the sort of tips or skills?
Well, I think variety, just in general, is a very important aspect of speaking. So you talked about people who are monotonic, and that literally means one tone. So if I speak like this through the whole podcast, it would be extremely boring for people. There's not a lot of intonation going on there. I don't get any emotional resonance speaking like that. It's just boring. So intonation, the up and down of speaking, is really important. It's also crucial to be sensitive to cultural differences in that. For example, in Scandinavia, they have much restricted prosody or intonation compared to, say, the Latin countries, where, people are like, it's very up and down like this the whole time. I'm croaking here. I remember doing a talk in Finland in the amazing concert center in Helsinki, which was designed by a brilliant architect called Toyota, and is acoustically unbelievable. And at the end of my talk, there was a little tiny ripple of applause. And I thought, I bombed. They didn't like it. If I'd been in America, it'd be whooping and hollering and whatever going on. And I went down for a coffee and people came up to me and said, thank you, that was the best talk we have had for some years. That's Finns for you. They're very taciturn, quiet people. They don't get very excited much. So, unless they've had a vodka, perhaps. But you have to be adjusting to the prosody of the audience you're speaking to.
What's prosody?
Prosody is both intonation, so the up and down delivery, which is route one for emotion. It's absolutely crucial in speaking. And it's also the rhythm of your speaking, the gaps you leave, and the emphasis you put on words. So it's understanding how to, it's not just reading a script flat, it's putting your personality into what you're saying. And that makes all the difference in the world. So anybody who, it's interesting, I mean, I have friends who run voiceover studios, and actors come in to read things, TV commercials, books and whatnot. Some actors can read, some can't. It's not a skill that everybody possesses, to be able to read something or speak in an interesting way that's not a script you learn and then you really, really work on it and so forth. Just reading something, it's quite technical, actually. You have to get yourself out of the way. So, yes, working on your voice is about variety. It's about breathing. It's about being comfortable with silence, for example, not filling every tiny little gap with ums, you knows, you know what I means, verbal tics. So all of these things, it's quite important to record yourself, listen back, and start to take it as a skill and as mastery. Become your own coach, effectively. I mean, I'm sure you watch back your podcasts and there's always something to learn. There's always something to look at and to say, oh, okay, I could have not done that, or I could have said that better, or whatever it might be. And that's how we become masters. And of course, you can get a coach, a vocal coach, a singing coach, a drama coach, an acting coach, a speaking coach. There are lots of them out there. So anybody who's, for example, got restricted timbre. I mean, timbre is the quality of your voice. And we tend to like voices that we would describe in the way we would describe a hot chocolate. Rich, dark, warm, sweet, smooth, all of those words. If that's not you listening to this, I mean, you have a great voice, but if somebody's got a thin, squeaky voice or scratchy voice or whatever it may be, get a vocal coach. It can be worked on. These are things that normally we're in a habit. The way we speak is partly derived from our physical being. I mean, we have a body, there are resonant cavities, we have vocal cords, but it's also how we use it. And that's much more important. Anybody can learn to maximize their voice and to make the most of it. So that's about the instrument itself and then how you play it, what emotion you put into it. Whether you're conscious. You know the thing I love most about public speaking? It's making me more conscious in that moment than anywhere else. Standing on a stage, you know, I've talked to audiences of 11,000 people, There's a big spotlight, there's cameras on you, you're standing on a stage, 11,000 people are looking at you. If you're not conscious in that moment, you've got a problem. You know, so every gesture, every moment of that is maximum consciousness of being me and communicating with those people. So it's kind of like switching the light on to maximum intensity. And I really love that. That experience has colored the way I treat life in general now, because you know it's my biggest passion is to become more and more conscious, to grow a little every day, to become more conscious every day, and speaking helps with that.
I've never really talked about it before, but we've deleted a few episodes of this podcast. So don't worry, this is a perfect episode, so this is not going anywhere. But what will happen is we've had a guest come, and they might be, honestly, there's some cases where they are the biggest in the world in their industry. And I can think of one particular example where if I said the name of the guest that the episode we had deleted, people would be shocked, because I believe they are one of the biggest stars in the world. They have like 50, 60 million followers online. And then there's another individual I'll think about who, if I said the name now, everyone knows this person. They're a legend in many respects. But we deleted that episode as well. And content is a factor. But the other factor that really, really does result in that decision is I think it will be really difficult to listen to. And I feel like I have this sense of responsibility on a Monday and a Thursday when we publish that even if they don't know the name, our audience will listen. And we see that in the numbers. If we publish a no-namer or a superstar, we get the same amount of clicks in the opening 24 hours roughly, because people are going, I don't care. I trust this team to put people out there. So I just wanted to really state that, because I know there's a lot of people that want to come on this podcast. There's a lot of like big CEOs that contact us. And one of the most important things in my decision criteria is literally how engaging they are at speaking. And from that, I mean the instrument, the delivery. So I just don't think it's funny when you were talking, I was thinking about individuals that I've said no to, and they don't, maybe I should give them feedback, but maybe that's not my place. It's literally about delivery so often. So let's continue then on the thread of delivery. You're talking about standing there speaking in front of 11,000 people on a stage. One of the things that I'm sure would stop most of us from even endeavoring to do such a thing is a lack of confidence. You've got almost 100,000 students online, something crazy like that are all coming to do your courses and to learn from you. Confidence must be one of the first conversations you have, right? To get someone to be a great speaker?
Yeah, it's important, although it's interesting to note that a lot of the people who've given some of the best TED Talks, like me, are actually introverts. I'm not an extrovert. It's not that natural for me to do these things. And it's also true of people like Susan Cain. Introvert, you can stand on a stage and you can overcome the fear, which is part of growing as a human being, I think, doing things which are challenging and pushing through the barriers and doing it anyway. So, yes, confidence is important. I mean, we could have a long conversation about confidence, because I was educated in a top public school. And I think one of the things that top public schools in the UK do is to give you an overbearing arrogance and to make you absolutely convinced that you know everything about everything. And more than that, the ability to sound convincing and to persuade people that that is in fact the case. And it's taken me decades to get over that, actually, to discover humility and to discover the importance of being, authentic about what I actually can do. So, yes, I think public speaking, like anything else, it's like riding a bike. If you do it enough, you become confident. The first time you or I drove a car, our hands were welded to the wheel. We were shaking with terror. Now you drive a car and you think about everything but driving, so it's just falling off a log. I've done enough speaking now that I do not get frightened anymore. Nervous, yes. Nervous is good. Nervous gives you the right chemicals to perform at your peak. So I never want to lose contact with that. And I think that's true of anybody. I mean, a professional footballer before a game. Nerves will be there. Adrenaline. It's taking you up to the next level. Once you get bored with what you're doing, should you be doing it? That's a big question. But the confidence to do it comes from practice, and that's what I always say to people. It's part of my course. I talk about doing things, just doing the thing. speaking in public. Toastmasters, for example, they're in every city in the world. You can go and join a Toastmasters chapter and start speaking in front of people. That's what they do. And as you do it, you become more and more familiar with what goes on, and that it isn't actually the end of the world. Nobody is actually going to stand up and call you out for being a useless numpty. Even if you forget your words, you can actually say, I'm terribly sorry, I've forgotten where I was. And everybody, I've seen that happen at TED. Okay, people who rely on memory, which is a very, very high risk strategy to me. I always use slides. But if you go on stage and you've got a memory palace or a chain or one of those routes, and you're relying on that, and you lose, the chain breaks and you're cast adrift in an ocean of terror. I've seen it happen. And what happens when somebody goes red and starts shaking and says, I'm so sorry, I've completely forgotten what comes next? The audience start to applaud because they're on your side. It's not the end of the world. And actually that can make a deeper relationship than being slick and perfect and brilliant at every moment. I've seen people who are overconfident, over-rehearsed, where every one of those gestures has been rehearsed 100 times and was there for there was a time at TED when it was almost de rigueur to cry in a TED talk. And I remember seeing there was a talk by, an international banker or something about economics, who halfway through talked about his father who'd deceased, and the tears came. I thought, oh, please, this is like being put in by a coach who says you've got to connect emotionally. And it was just incongruous, really. So I think it's all about being yourself. That's the A of HAIL, being authentic. Being yourself is fine. It's so much easier than trying to be somebody else. And having the faith that if you are yourself and you've got a good message, that people will be with you on the journey and will be on your side. That's certainly the case at TED. People don't go to... It's not a stand-up comedy night where people throw things and heckle. It's a place where people expect to learn, to be transported, to be changed by almost every talk. So if the talk does that, they love you.
On the A point in HAIL, I've come to learn that I think humans are much better at spotting authenticity than we give them credit for.
Big time.
I think, so from our own perspective, we think we can blag it, and we underestimate how much the viewer or the person I'm trying to blag it to understands I'm not being authentic. Like, we think we're much better actors than we actually are. And it's funny, one of the things that's put this front of mind for me at the moment is about 3 weeks ago, there was a CEO that went viral on LinkedIn because he had fired multiple members of his team. And then he had taken a photo of himself crying and uploaded it with like a really sorry caption, like, I'm so sorry. Today I had a really tough day. I had to fire members of my team. And as you look at that, it just feels wrong. It's almost hard to explain it, but I think your mind goes, well, he would have had to cry. A very unnatural thing to do mid-crying is to pick up your phone and take a selfie and then to go to social media. So on that point of authenticity, is your suspicion the same? That people are much better at spotting someone being inauthentic than we believe, than we understand?
I think so. We live in a world where social media and viral opinion spreading make it quite hard to be truly inauthentic. There's a lot of companies, a lot of individuals who do what's now called virtue signaling, and people can spot that. We can catch the whiff of manipulative, inauthentic stances that are trying to put us across in the most acceptable way, whatever the current meal is, whatever the current style is to be utterly acceptable and socially right. So to me, this is part of the human need to be right and to be seen to be right, which is a huge problem in the world right now, I think. We're seeing silos all over the world. The internet has made this way, way, way worse. Where, you go online and you say, there you are, I know I was right, 10,000 people agree with me. Yeah, but there's a million who don't. But you don't go and ask them. You just go and find the people you agree with in order to validate your point of view. And that is why we get these extreme, conspiracy theory silos of people who have nutty views and are persuading each other that they're right because they only talk to each other. They don't go and check, kick the tires of the thing and check, is there an alternative hypothesis here that would be perhaps worth entertaining? So I think that's a bit dangerous at the moment. And it's all about this need to be inside of us, the desire to be the rightest person.
And to cancel everyone else, that's...
We of manipulative, inauthentic stances that are trying to put us across in the most acceptable way, whatever the current, meal is, whatever the current style is to be utterly acceptable and socially right. So to me, this is part of the human need to be right and to be seen to be right, which is a huge problem in the world right now, I think. I mean, we're seeing silos all over the world. The internet has made this way, way, way worse, where, you go online and you say, there you are, I know I was right, 10,000 people agree with me. Yeah, but there's a million who don't. But you don't go and ask them. You just go and find the people you agree with in order to validate your point of view. And that is why we get these extreme, conspiracy theory silos of people who have nutty views and are persuading each other that they're right because they only talk to each other. They don't go and check, and are persuading each other that they're right because they only talk to each other. They don't go and check, kick the tires of the thing and check, is there an alternative hypothesis here that would be perhaps worth entertaining? So I think that's a bit dangerous at the moment. And it's all about this need to be right. And of course, what's the easiest way for me to be right? Is to make you wrong. If you're wrong, I am righter. And that is a slippery slope. That's a slippery slope of depersonalization, of dehumanization, of bias and hatred. And, at the bottom of that slope is the ISIS answer to the world, disagree with me, I'll kill you. So that's a dangerous slope. And the media have been contributing to that slope. All this outrage addiction that we see in the world. That's outrageous. Somebody's to blame. Somebody should be punished. And that's all me saying, yes, somebody should be punished. I'm right. They're wrong. So it's this kind of ego fire that we have building inside of us, the desire to be the rightest person.
And to cancel everyone else, that's...
Absolutely. Cancel, and make people wrong, left, right, and centre, be judgmental. That's one of the 7 deadly sins I talked about in that TED Talk, is judgmentalism, is pointing the finger at people. The kind of parent whose son or daughter comes home
in the entrance
to the test and says, what happened to the other 5? It's difficult to be around people who are that finger pointy.
The other thing with that A point in Hale, authenticity, that I've come to learn actually from doing this podcast is there's a real cost mentally to being inauthentic for a long period of time. And I see it time and time and time again when I sit here with people who were forced to be in the media or who were first not forced, but chose to play a role or a character in the public eye, and then their identity became, their true authentic self became imprisoned by this public identity that they felt they had to keep up, and then the midlife crisis comes. It's usually like 35, 45, where they have some kind of burnout, blowout. They find themselves, in the case of one of my guests last week, just coming home and crying every day and having no idea why they're crying, because they'd spent a decade being inauthentic in every interaction, because they felt they had to sometimes to survive, because of some early trauma. And we don't talk about that enough. And I've learned it from doing this podcast myself, as in the most liberating thing for me ever is to sit here in my socks. If I tweeted it, I'd get dragged. It'd get quote retweeted, people taken out of context, and goes into different echo chambers, and they all try and. The thing with that A point in authenticity that I've come to learn actually from doing this podcast is there's a real cost mentally to being inauthentic for a long period of time, and I see it time and time again when I sit here with people who were forced to be in the media, or who were first not forced, but chose to play a role or a character in the public eye, and then their identity became, their true authentic self became imprisoned by this public identity that they felt they had to keep up, and then the midlife crisis comes. It's usually like 35, 45, where they have some kind of burnout, blowout. They find themselves, in the case of one of my guests last week, just coming home and crying every day and having no idea why they're crying, because they'd spent a decade being inauthentic in every interaction, because they felt they had to sometimes to survive, because of some early trauma. And we don't talk about that enough. And I've learned it from doing this podcast myself, as in the most liberating thing for me ever is to sit here in my socks in my house, saying whatever I want for 3 hours, and knowing that, quite honestly, if I'd tweeted it, I'd get dragged. It'd get quote retweeted, people taken out of context, and goes into different echo chambers, and they all try and find a way to get likes off what I've said. Whereas I can sit here and say fucking anything about pretty much anything. In my most authentic self, it's like a weight I get to lift every day. And it's been so good for my mind.
But do you know what the biggest challenge is about being authentic?
What's that?
Was knowing who you actually are.
Yeah, good point.
So what are your values, Stephen?
It's a good question. Because when people ask this, I'm so scared of saying what I think people want to hear. How do I know what my values are?
You write them down, you think about it.
What I would write down, I'm worried that what I would write down are things that have been so deeply conditioned to be my values by society.
Well, okay, yeah, that's worth challenging, isn't it? So this is a great exercise. I mean, I strongly recommend everybody does this, because not many people do. We just live our life in this kind of bumping into things, making it up as we go along way. If you have values, that's your moral compass. If you have values, that's you tending to define who you are, and then you can be authentic.
What is a value? This sounds like a crazy thing for me to say, but I want to be really clear. Like, what is a value?
It's something that you believe in that is what they call in business a North Star for your life. It's something that you will sacrifice to achieve. So I'll tell you mine.
Okay.
I've got 4 values, which I made into an acronym because I have a terrible memory, so I like acronyms. The acronym is FLAG. So they are faith, and that is all will be well. I'm not talking about a religious faith. I'm just talking about the sense that all will be well. Because to me, if I have faith that the future will be okay, it gives me the courage to take things on, try things, and find out. It may be a disaster, but if I get to the disaster, I've had a nicer journey. Then if I am always, it's going to be a disaster, there you are, I told you. Well, I've had a miserable journey and I've ended up a disaster. So I prefer to go the way of, it'll be okay. Oh, shit, it's not.
Yeah, but even then it'll be okay.
Yeah.
We'll find a way.
Yeah, so faith. The L is love, by which I mean thinking well of people. And there's a great practice that a very wise old friend of mine gave me many, many years ago, which is amazing. Instead of walking around, we're in London right now. Well, I live in a much more remote place. So you walking around London, you're always walking through people. And we have this, if we're not careful, we have this nasty voice in our head. Get out of my way, you fat idiot, and you're ugly and you're stupid, and this kind of nasty side of us, which is doing a little monologue and being really judgmental and critical about people. Instead of that, it's cultivating a habit of saying in the head, not out loud, bless you. Not religiously, again, just bless you. I wish you well. And if you get into that habit of walking around going, bless you, person who just got in my way, it is amazing the difference it makes to your lightness of being. It's like floating 3 inches above the ground. You meet people's gaze and you might even share a smile because you're not guilty about you were just thinking they're horrible. You know, whereas you've got this nasty voice going on in your head all the time, you don't look at people in case you catch their eye and they can see what you were thinking. So love in that way, wishing people well, and of course love for family and love for life as well. Just being positive, you know. The A is acceptance, which is a really important thing to me. I tend to try and go with the flow. If an opportunity comes along, I'll try that. There's a reason that's come along. So I'm not getting into, you know, The Secret or any of those things, but I do tend to believe that things come to me for a reason. You know, whether it's God or the universe or whatever one wants to say, I'm happy to go with the flow and to accept. Also, when things don't work, you know, I don't bang my head against a brick wall forever trying to make them work. Okay, that's not working. We'll try something else. So acceptance, and also of people as they are. That's really, really important. We spend a lot of time disparaging people. Why are you like this? Why are you doing this? Well, that's the kind of tree that person is. And you know, you don't get angry at trees for being that kind of tree. So that is the kind of person that is in front of you. Accept.
Someone once said something to you on the podcast which plays into that. They said if you had walked in their shoes and had their experiences, you'd be doing the exact same.
Oh, totally. Well, let's come on to validation in a minute. And then the G of flag.
Can I guess?
Yes.
Is it gratitude?
Yes, totally is. I don't like that kitsch phrase, an attitude of gratitude, but it is really important to me. You know, to do a gratitude list when I'm feeling miserable, when I'm feeling down. You know, I've got a cold. Yes, but let's now look at all the good things that I've got in my life. You know, I have a loving partner. I have 2 gorgeous little children. I live in amazing Orkney, which is a joy every day. You know, there are so many things to be grateful for. And I've got some financial security. I've got, so much in life to be thankful for that way outweighs normally the bad things. Now, that's not true for everybody. You know, if I were living in Kherson at the moment, for example, or somewhere like that, there would be a lot more to be ungrateful for, to be frightened about, and so forth. So I'm not saying that in a kind of bland way, but even in the worst places, it's important to focus our attention on the good things. Because a lot of this is about where you focus, isn't it? All the time. Reality is huge. It's all around us. We don't perceive reality. We have a map in our head, and it's up to us to select what it is that we pay attention to. So that's, you know, it's very much the same as listening, which is selecting certain things to pay attention to and then making them mean something. Well, it's the same with gratitude. There's always something, or usually there's something you can focus on and say, okay, there's a thing I can be grateful for. So that's it. Yeah. Faith, love, acceptance, gratitude. So those are mine. And I know that's my moral compass, and that's what I try to be in life. And I do recommend to anybody listening to this, if you've never written your values down, think about it. Not the ones that you think will be accepted. Of people as they are. That's really, really important. We spend a lot of time disparaging people. Why are you like this? Why are you doing this? Well, that's the kind of tree that person is. And you don't get angry at trees for being that kind of tree. So that is the kind of person that is in front of you. Accept.
Someone once said something to you on the podcast which plays into that. They said if you had walked in their shoes and had their experiences, you'd be doing the exact same.
Oh, totally. Well, let's come on to validation in a minute. And then the G of flag.
Can I guess?
Yes.
Is it gratitude?
Yes, totally is. I don't like that kitsch phrase, an attitude of gratitude, but it is really important to me. To do a gratitude list when I'm feeling miserable, when I'm feeling down, I've got a cold. Yes, but let's now look at all the good things that I've got in my life. I have a loving partner. I have 2 gorgeous little children. I live in amazing Orkney, which is a joy every day. There are so many things to be grateful for. I've got some financial security. I've got, so much in life to be thankful for that way outweighs normally the bad things. Now, that's not true for everybody. If I were living in Kherson at the moment, for example, or somewhere like that, there would be a lot more to be ungrateful for, to be frightened about, and so forth. So I'm not saying that in a kind of bland way, but even in the worst places, it's important to focus our attention on the good things. Because a lot of this is about where you focus, isn't it? All the time. Reality is huge. It's all around us. We don't perceive reality. We have a map in our head, and it's up to us to select what it is that we pay attention to. So that's, it's very much the same as listening, which is selecting certain things to pay attention to and then making them mean something. Well, it's the same with gratitude. There's always something, or usually there's something you can focus on and say, okay, there's a thing I can be grateful for. So that's it. Yeah. Faith, love, acceptance, gratitude. So those are mine. And I know that's my moral compass, and that's what I try to be in life. And I do recommend to anybody listening to this, if you've never written your values down, think about it. Not the ones that you think will be accepted by more people out there. The ones that actually ring true in your heart. What does your heart tell you? And then you've got a map. You've got a route. You've got a direction in life, which I think is incredibly important.
Quick word from my sponsor, guys. These days, as I'm sure a lot of you know, flexibility matters more than ever before because the tectonic plates on which we've built our businesses are changing overnight, especially for SME business owners, which is why I've partnered with Vodafone Business, who have created a new flexible business solution for small to medium-sized businesses called Vodafone Pulse Connect. This package includes all of your key comms tools like mobile, broadband, cloud calling, and collaboration. And the brilliant thing about it is you can change your package as your priorities shift, adding and removing users and even tailoring services to each employee. So you only pay for what you need, and that is so important when you're trying to run an efficient business. You can build your personalized package online with a digital configurator, so you get one simple package with one bill, saving you time and saving you money. So to find out more, search Vodafone Pulse Connect. Terms and conditions apply.
It's picking up on that point about if you were in their shoes, if you'd lived their life, you'd be doing the exact
Validation,
same.
yeah.
What is this validation? What do you mean?
Well, it's part of active listening. So, if we talk about listening, I talk about listening positions, and one of those is active listening. So it's a place to listen from. And in active listening, to me, there are 3 stages. So stage 1 is reflection, where I repeat exactly what you said, without colouring it, without making it make sense in the way that I understand. But I say something along the lines of, okay, what I just heard you say is, which can be a bit formulaic, or, so you said this, or so are you saying this? So I'm checking that I actually got what you said. I heard you. It's amazing how we don't very often do that. So stage 1 is reflection, which is used in the therapeutic professions a great deal. I hear you say this. Stage 2...
Is this stages of being a great listener?
It's a very important form of listening. It's not appropriate all the time to be an active listening because it's kind of a sledgehammer to crack a nut in social conversations, for example. If we were sitting in a pub or a coffee house and I'm going, what I heard you say, Stephen, is this. Well, and then validation goes, okay, I understand. It makes sense that you would feel that. I totally get why you would think that's true. I disagree with you, but I understand why you think that. Because then I'm thinking about your background and your road to this conversation. And we've come different roads to this conversation, and you will have different life experiences. So validation is really important. That's the empathy bit of active listening. And once I've reflected and validated, then we're into stage 3, which is I can contribute. So as opposed to me invalidating, that's nonsense. Why would you think that? We do so much invalidating in the world of other people's positions, and you can't sell to somebody or persuade somebody if you invalidate them as a human being. It's really important to validate, to show that you understand where that person's coming from, even if you completely disagree. Then we can start to put things together and make sense and move forward.
I'm thinking of every romantic conflict I've ever had, but also you took me back to many client meetings where the client brings forth a concern or a problem. And in that moment, even if you disagree, you have to show you've accepted their concern and then use that acceptance, that place of empathy, to move them to another place of thinking. But also, obviously the most obvious scenario people will think of is with their partners when they're trying to do conflict resolution or
So what's the biggest complaint in relationships? He or she never listens to me. And that's not just about hearing the words, it's about validating the other person or invalidating the other person. And if we do that as a habit, it can be very damaging. There's a thing actually called stress-induced audio dysfunction, SIAD, which can afflict people when there's a noise that they are exposed to a great deal and they don't like, and they psychologically start to wipe it out. So, for example, my father, in the later years of his life, was deaf at the frequency of my mother's voice. And that's not uncommon in relationships where one partner is in a habit of hectoring or nagging at the other partner, and they simply cease to be able to hear it because it's a noise they don't enjoy. Just like, it can happen to people with industrial noise or irritating noises. So it is really important not to be invalidating somebody as a habit, and we can easily fall into that habit. And it's so powerful in relationship to be validating people. One of the 7 deadly sins I talk about in that TED Talk is negativity. And that's a very strong habit that people can fall into. So you can audit that. How often do I say the word no or not or can't? Anything negative like that. Because if that's a habit that you fall into, it tends to lead to invalidating other people a great deal. I can't do that. I don't see why you'd think that. You can't be serious. And that's not a very nice way to behave with people. Even if you don't agree, even if they are being stupid, I can see why you think that. Now, would you like an alternative perspective? Can I give you a different way of looking at it that might be useful to you? So you've said, what you're doing is not worthless, it's not stupid, but maybe there's another way. And that's respectful.
I think everyone has the experience of invalidating someone and them then repeating themselves, and then you invalidate them again and then they repeat themselves.
Yeah,
and
that's called argumentation.
Yeah. Well, I know it well because I think in my previous relationships, it's funny because I think I was the problem. I was definitely the one that was unwilling to allow them to feel heard.
It's the joy of listening, actually. Listening is at the heart of all good relationships to me. And if you listen to somebody, what was it? Scott Peck said, you cannot truly listen to another human being and do anything else at the same time. And I absolutely agree with that, because it's so rare in this world now. We're so distracted. I'm a big fan of Nir Eyal's book.
Indistractable.
Yeah, because we are so prone to being distracted. No, I am listening to you. No, you're sending a text. That's not listening. That's doing something else. Yeah. So it's rare that we will put everything down and do what you and I are doing right now, which is look each other in the eye. When you're listening, I've got an acronym for this in the book, in the courses and so forth, RASA, which is RASA, and the R is receive. And that means look at the person who's speaking, the dance of the eyes in the West tends to be that the person who's speaking looks around, as I am now, thinking about other things, and checks back in from time to time to see if the other person's still listening. If you're with somebody who's speaking and they look at you the whole time, it can become a little bit intimidating. We're in a slightly unnatural situation here. So, we're across a table from each other, which is, potentially conflicting. But we're, really making an effort to communicate here. So, I'm looking at you quite a lot more than I would if we were just, in a street or, having a chat. So that's rasa. The R is receive, which is pay attention, body language, facing the person, not feet pointing towards the door, which is always a good indication that somebody actually doesn't want to listen to you. Not doing anything else at the same time. The A is appreciate, which is little noises and head bobs and gestures, eyebrow raises, smiles. Yeah. Oh, really? Those kind of things that oil the conversation. The S is summarizing, which is the word so, and I get very angry about the word so, actually. It's been totally debased in the modern world. For some reason, it's become a habit for people to start every sentence with the word so. So, what's your name? So, I'm John. What, you're John because I just asked you? Because so means therefore. No, you were John before and you're going to be John afterwards. The word so doesn't. I've seen people come onto the TED stage and say, so. No, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're going to say. There is no before. It is debased a lot, but it's such a powerful word. So we've all agreed this. Now we can move on to that. Or in the long corridor of a conversation. So what I understood you just said is this. Is that right? The old repeating and reflecting and so forth. Closing doors behind you in the corridor so you can move on and keep moving forward. So that's the S of rasa. And the final A is asking questions at the beginning, during, afterwards. People often say to me, I don't feel confident, people don't listen to me. How can I engage with people when they're speaking? The answer is asking questions. And if you're on a bit of territory that feels unfamiliar or uncomfortable, you can ask questions that form linking. That's really interesting, Stephen, that you just said that. How would that relate to this thing I know about? So I can kind of bring the conversation to home turf and start to feel I can contribute something. So that's rasa. And that really helps in a conversation to direct listening and to make the conversation fruitful for both parties.
So.
Yes. Therefore.
One of the things you said there reminded me of another topic which I think is really important when we're talking about speaking, which is how to speak with authority. I think about all the people that are in boardrooms and that might be a little bit junior in an organization and that's struggling to be heard because they don't lack the authority that a title will give them. How does one speak with authority? What advice can you give me to be a more authoritative speaker in work, in life, in my relationships, wherever?
Well, let's deal with the situation first where you're talking, you want to speak to somebody who is a powerful figure, or you consider them to be powerful. I'm a great believer in agreements, contracts, in an informal way. Stephen, do you have 5 minutes? I've got something I really want you to listen to. Well, that puts you in a position you can either say yes or no. If you say no, that's fine. I won't say it now. When would be a good time? I mean, I'll tell you a great experience I once had on a beach in India. And this is one of the best salespeople I've ever met. It was about a 7-year-old boy. And he came up, I was sitting on the beach, and he came up and said, "You want Coke?" And I said, trying to be British, "Not right now, thank you very much." "Okay, when you want Coke?" Well, 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, he was back. "Here, your Coke."
I love that.
It was brilliant. So it taught me a lot about being authentic, because I wasn't being, was I? No, I don't want to buy a Coke from you. And also about persistence and, asking the right questions and so forth. So in the same way, if I ask you, do you have 5 minutes, and you don't, I can park it and come back another time, because it wouldn't be the right time. If you haven't got 5 minutes, that's fine. I can respect your time. But from your point of view, yes, okay, I've got 5 minutes and you have just made a commitment to listen to me. So then I have a right, If I'm talking to you and you're off doing something else, answering emails, I think, Stephen, you said you had 5 minutes. I do understand if you're busy. When would be a better time? So there's a kind of obligation there for you to listen to me. So that's one thing. I think that's a strategy that works very well. If you're in a meeting and you don't feel you're the most powerful person, then again, asking the meeting for permission is a good thing. Guys, I have something that I think really will contribute here. Would it be a good time now to say it to you all? It doesn't always work, but I think if you're asking and people give you a commitment, then you have a contract and you have a channel of communication that's been opened explicitly.
One of the things you talked about there is that kid on the beach with the Coca-Cola offering you a can of Coke, and how that kind of violates your inhale, the authenticity piece. It also violates the H, honesty. So my question is there a time when one should not be honest?
Well, I think that the honesty needs to be tempered with love. So the answer is it's a filter.
Which is the L inhale as well.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely.
Okay.
I think that being dedicated to ruthless, permanent, always-on honesty is a pretty dangerous strategy in life, because you'd be going around saying to people, you look terrible today. I really don't like you. What you just said was stupid. It's not necessary to say those things to people. Depends on what you want to achieve. I don't think it's dishonest to withhold judgment. And a lot of the things I just said are opinions. And it's very important to distinguish between opinions and facts. They're not the same thing. And they're very often confused in the modern world. So opinions, that's what I think, what I believe, what I judge. Facts, it's Saturday. That's a fact. We're not going to disagree about that. We can disagree about my opinions. And, I often say I wish that we lived in a society where perhaps people asked before giving opinion, would you like my opinion on that? No? I had such a good opinion all ready to go, and you don't want it. But we don't do that, do we? We just proffer opinions, and a lot of the time we confuse them with facts, which leads to a lot of table thumping. I grew up in a family where there was that confusion. There was a lot of argumentation and table thumping because people had different opinions and didn't accept that they could possibly be challenged.
Talking about your parents? Talking about your mother?
No, my father actually. My father was a massively confident and very successful man in advertising. He was known as Mr. Advertising for some years in the 1960s. Hugely confident and hugely expressed in that way, but didn't brook disagreement very easily. So disagreeing with him was quite difficult. And that was certainly my experience growing up, that you had to be ready with chapter and verse and references if you were going to challenge a point of view.
How did that shape you? Because I think a lot about how my parents, my mum sounded a little bit like what you described earlier, where shouted so much at my dad that I couldn't understand how he stopped reacting to the sound of the shouting. As a young age, I remember wanting them to divorce because I didn't like shouting for 6 hours. My dad would not really shout back, but that definitely has shaped how I communicate now. But how did it shape you, that environment?
Well, very similar. I mean, I think, my first response to conflict is exit.
Yeah.
So it's the same strategy, really. And I think probably a lot of quieter people who've had the experience of conflict growing up are pretty conflict averse. And I think it's quite important to toughen up on that to a degree, because conflict exists all over the place. I'm not talking about physical conflict, which of course we want to avoid at all times, but disagreement, or somebody being cross with us, or somebody being upset, well, sometimes those are necessary in life. And responding to those in inappropriate ways can actually really damage relationships. I mean, I talk about the 4 leeches which undermine communication, and the 4th of those is fixing. Fixing is, it's not okay for somebody to be upset around me. Don't be upset. Don't cry. Don't express emotion. So it's a kind of smothering of everything that goes on around. I'll tell you a story about that. My aunt told me when her little sister was due to be born, my grandparents, there was great excitement. They decorated the nursery. The room was made all ready. Came the day, off her parents went to the hospital, and she was beside herself with excitement, aged about 6.
Secure the bombs.
They returned, no baby. Never was a word said about the whole thing because they didn't want to upset her. And what she learned from that for the rest of her life was you can't trust people. People don't tell you what's going on. You never know. People aren't straight. You know, there were a lot of bad lessons she learned out of that lack of communication. The child had been stillborn. It was a tragedy. They were upset, but they didn't share it with their daughter because they didn't want to upset her. That's fixing. And it can be enormously damaging in relationships to behave in that way. Obviously, one wants to be sensitive. You know, you sit the child down, you explain in little ways, perhaps starting off with, you know, the baby's not coming, and then moving on to explain what happened as the child gets older. Jane and I had to survive having a baby who could not survive, and it was deeply traumatic for us. And I'm very glad to say that with Holly, we involved her every step of the way. Holly was, 6 at the time? 5? I can't remember. But we brought her in, you know, when little Lily was stillborn. We brought her in. She met Lily. We called Lily a name. You know, we did everything we possibly could. And Holly still talks about Lily. She talks as if she can communicate with her. She counts her as a member of the family. So we didn't fall into that trap of pretending nothing had happened and fixing. Sometimes people need to be upset. You know, Holly was upset. We were upset. And it's authentic to be upset. So I think being that averse to upset is quite a dangerous thing in life.
It's funny because when you told that story, I was engrossed. I was engrossed for a number of reasons. That exact point there, when you said that, I was engrossed. And I've spoken a lot about the delivery itself of a point and a story, but not a lot about what it takes to design the content in a way where you can engross somebody. What advice would you give to someone that is potentially, you know, presenting, has a pitch coming up, is going to do a podcast, about how to deliver their thoughts in a way which is engrossing as it relates to the content itself? Because I can hazard a guess as to why I was engrossed, but...
Well, it's a story, yes. We love stories. Storytelling is really, really powerful. I mean, what's the #1 TED Talk of all time? It's a talk by Sir Ken Robinson, sadly missed, dead now, but a wonderful man. And at the heart of that talk is a little story he tells, because the thesis of the talk is that we're educating creativity out of children. That's what his talk is saying. And he tells this story about a little girl who's drawing at the back of the class, and she doesn't normally, and the teacher goes to the back and says, "What are you drawing?" And the little girl says, "I'm drawing a picture of God." And the teacher says, "But nobody knows what God looks like." And the little girl says, "They will in a minute." It's a classic story. It takes 15 seconds to tell it. Makes me laugh every time. That is his whole TED Talk in a beautiful, encapsulating, enchanting story. Storytelling is the best way to get any talk across, really. If you can think of a metaphor which matches what you're trying to communicate to people in a captivating story where perhaps there's, you know, the classic elements of a story. There's a protagonist, there's an antagonist, there are challenges, there's a journey, there's a destination, there's help on the way from unexpected quarters, obstacles to overcome. You can do it in a very short space of time. You can do it as a personal story, as I did in my TED Talk about my mum's negativity. You know, that was a true story. That she was in hospital. I took a paper in. I said, "Oh, look, it's October the 1st." And she said, "I know, isn't it dreadful?" And if somebody's that negative, it's very difficult to be around them. And that was a true story that I told. So it's almost like you could have a little storytelling niche in your talk. You know, can I tell you a story? And everybody goes, "Oh, yes. Oh, come on." So storytelling is a massively powerful way. There are books on this. If anybody wants to speak in a captivating way, become a good storyteller and it will really, really help. But the other big part of it, I always say, is understanding the listening you're speaking into.
Say that again.
Understanding the listening that you're speaking into.
Okay.
Because we all have unique listening. And this is something, it's the most common mistake I see in business, in relationships, is people thinking everybody listens like I do. They don't. Our listening is unique. Your listening is as unique as your irises, your fingerprints, your voice print. And so is mine. And they're different. So it's a huge mistake to assume other people are going to receive this message the way I would receive it. So it's a massively valuable tool if you're speaking to one person or 10,000, doesn't matter, to say, what's the listening I'm speaking into? What's the listening I'm speaking into? Who is this person? What's their listening? Where will it have come from? Or who are these 10,000 people? Because in a big room, you have a gestalt listening, which changes over time. You know, I've done talks immediately after lunch in what they call the graveyard slot. He's a TED talker, he can cope with that. And everybody's a bit woozy, the blood's all gone to their gut, they're a bit tired, they're not very bright, you know. Or there's the final slot in the day just before people are leaving, when they're all desperate to go and have a drink in the bar or something. You know, there are different listenings through the day and different listenings from person to person. So it's not a fixed thing, and it's important to be sensitive. And actually, do you know what I've discovered? Is all you have to do is ask the question, what's the listening? And you become really good at spotting it. I don't know how. It might be tiny body language cues, it might be pheromones, it might be intuition, whatever it is, you will, if you pay attention to it and you ask that question consciously, at least you're respecting the other person enough to say, this person speaks really slowly, so I should probably slow my pace down a little bit. Or this is a really, really fast person, so let's be buzzy here. Or, you know, they might have cultural or they might have political views or something like that that you need to be sensitive to if you're trying to achieve something.
The point as well about storytelling, I was fascinated by it because it reminded me of my time at Social Chain. We built the social media company. We never had an outbound sales team. Our strategy was there was maybe fourfold, but the two that are most pertinent to the point I'm making are personal branding and speaking on stage. So we grew our business from nothing to tens and tens and tens of millions in revenue. The agency business, the global business, 600, 700 million in revenue, never with an outbound sales team. And the sole thesis, which I don't think people ever realize who are trying to scale an agency, is we just told really great stories. And the best way that I can demonstrate this is I remember my first talk when I started Social Chain at maybe 21 years old, and I was in London and I walk up on stage and I say, that's exactly why you were kicked out of school. You're incapable of listening to anybody and you always think you know a better way. Don't call me or the family until you go back to university. And with that, my mum hung up the phone. That's how I started all of my talks for about 4 years. I'm trying to sell you social media advertising here. And at the end of the presentation, you would find out what happened with mine and mum's relationship. So it'd be this heart and it would say, and me and my mum have never had a better relationship. And I genuinely, of all the things we did as a business, I genuinely believe that I was speaking 50 weeks a year. I was going to every corner of the world, meeting every brand. Our biggest brands like Coca-Cola, they all came from hearing that exact talk about my mum. The conventional and the normal thing to do is to bring information. I'll give you as much information as I can. You see it in every slide deck, every pitch deck. But we all know from a human level, the best part of this conversation is going to be the stories.
Yeah, of course. It's going to be engaging people and causing them to be curious. Curiosity is absolutely fundamental in listening. And I talk about 4 C's of listening, which are compassion for the other person, for the audience, whatever it might be. Commitment, because it takes time and effort to listen. Listening is work. It's not just a capability. Yes, we have ears, but we actually have to put things down, focus, and so forth. Consciousness that you're actually doing something. Now, this is an action. This is not something that goes on in the background. And curiosity. And if you can engender those things in people, especially the curiosity, which we get with stories, especially if you start a story and you don't finish it. Come on, Stephen, we want to know what happens at the end.
Yeah.
So you then got the bit in the middle where they're all going, I really want to know what happened at the end. And then you give them the end at the end to satisfy them. That is a brilliant way of engaging people.
People could, listening to this, and actually that's funny because I was actually reflecting on, I told you my company in San Francisco has just raised a lot of money, and I broke all the rules that I've just said. It's just there's 10 slides of just information. I mean, it worked. But I think it's funny because I actually thought, I don't actually care if it worked. I would have liked to do it my way.
Yeah.
You know
well,
what I mean?
also because you're then kind of conforming to the norms out there, which is that's where everybody does stuff. That's a deck. You know, I mean, I hate that word deck anyway. But, you know, here, let me show. Have you got a good deck?
Yeah. But there's something in the actual design of the deck that says way more about you than the information ever will.
Yeah.
And it's funny because this is genuinely what's going on in my head as you were talking about storytelling, is I was thinking about how I should have structured, sorry for not listening, but you just inspired me to go off on this tangent in my head.
Cool.
I was thinking about how much I should have started that deck as a story. And that would have been so much more gripping.
Yeah.
Versus just like put your logo on the front and then, you know, you waffle into like stats and figures. I broke my own rule there, and I'm kind of disappointed in my own personal philosophy, which I consider to be the most important thing, for not doing that.
It's a struggle for me as well. I mean, I'm writing a book right now about sound. And what I'm trying really hard to do is to get human stories into it, you know, but I have a terrible memory. And when I read great books by people, I mean, I read, you know, books by people who've written amazing books about all sorts of different subjects. And what impresses me is they say on March the 5th, 1992, I had this conversation with this person who walked, you know, that way and did this thing and said this thing. And I think, how?
How the fuck do you remember?
How do you, I mean, I have no idea what I was doing in 1992. I don't remember my childhood. So it is, you know, it's quite a big problem if, like me, you're kind of in a miasma of, I mean, it's very good because I'm a great believer in be here now and living in the current moment, living in this instant, which is all the life we ever have, this instant. The future hasn't happened. The past has. There's nothing we can do about either of them much at this instant. So being here now is really important to me, but it's kind of become an excuse almost for me forgetting everything.
I do too. Imagine how many, I have the privilege of sitting here with the smartest people in the world who are giving me all these amazing things.
So you're massively wise now.
Yeah, well, you would think so. But I sit here and I go, oh my God, flag, I'm going to write that down later. And then we get an hour and a half in and I'm just, it's like I've got this short-term memory.
Yeah.
The thing I fall back on is I go, the best stuff will stay with me because it will hit me in such a deep emotional way that I won't be able to forget. So maybe I'm just absorbing the very best of
Well, maybe. And also you do have the privilege of having recorded it all in high quality video and audio, so you can watch it back.
I don't always have the time to watch all of them.
No.
But in the gym, I try and make sure I listen to them.
What
before we
would
go
life
out.
be like if we could watch back everything that we've done, all the conversations that we've had and learn from them?
Blimey.
Pretty scary.
Yeah. I'd be a lot better of a human being.
Me too. But I tend to see life, it's a spiral staircase. So the important thing to me is to grow a little bit every day. That's the important thing, to learn something. You know, even if it's how not to do something. So, you know, when I meet people that evidently are making a mistake or doing something wrong, it's okay, I learn not to do that. It doesn't work very well.
Where have you struggled to grow that you have continually intended to?
I would say in my nutrition more than anything else, probably. I am very fortunate to live with Jane, who is a 4-time world champion martial artist, a health and fitness expert. I train with her multiple times a week. So, you know, I'm a 64-year-old man who can easily touch his toes and is, you know, my core strength and my flexibility are amazing for somebody of my age. But I still eat too much. I really enjoy food, and unfortunately, not always the right food. I think that's, again, you know, that's something that comes from our upbringing, from our childhood, where food was very much a part of our family and it was a reward, and it was, you know, my mother was a very, very good cook as well, so there was always too much of it. And it was like a trough with me and my brother sort of having huge helpings. So I became acclimatized from a very young age to having huge helpings of not necessarily very healthy things. It's a tough one, isn't it, to adjust
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful. Secure the bombs. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Loading full magazine!
10 seconds to insertion.
Swapping that!
5 seconds to insertion. Bomb located by Op 4.
All reinforcements are going up! Wall is reinforced!
Reloading ammo. Kiva activated. Position secured. Impact out. I'm reloading.
Op 4, last stop standing. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. 10 seconds before insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Deploy Selma!
You have dropped the diffuser. One friendly operator remaining. Four last operator standing. Seconds. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. You've run out of time. Secure the bombs. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion. Bomb located by Op 4.
spot!
Your location has been compromised. One friendly remaining. Op 4 has deployed a diffuser. You need to destroy it. Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized. use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds to insertion. 5 seconds before insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. The diffuser is no longer in your possession. The diffuser is now secured. You must recover the diffuser.
Using Gemini.
The diffuser has been recovered.
This Gemini City. Finding our rat. Reload. Getting a sit rep. Gemini's offline.
You have dropped. Op 4 last stop standing.
Stay back.
The diffuser has been secured.
See you on the other side.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Down to one friendly.
Low.
15 seconds. 10 seconds. All friendlies have been eliminated.
Upbringing and relationship with food in that way. So kale is good. Really? Okay. I have to kind of really learn some of those things and get away from habits which have been with me for 60 years or more.
It's so deeply emotional though. And that's what we don't really ever appreciate. We think it's just a decision, yes or no, but it's actually such a deeply emotional thing. All of these things are deeply psychological. So I was talking to my friends about this the other day, and I said, I think if because we're all trying to get in shape and we're all working out together, etc. And one of my friends was like, well, I'm going to go on a diet. And I was like, the problem with that is it's not sustainable. What you're doing there is you're depriving yourself. You're actually sacrificing something you want to do. How do you I said, I think that the best way for all of us to get healthier is actually to go see a therapist.
You know, what you just said, I absolutely resonate with, because Jane's always saying to me that many times with clients, they come in and it's more of a therapy session than a physical workout, because they're talking as they're doing things. And it's the talking that helps them more than perhaps the exercise, or at least as much. So, you know, I do get that. And adjusting one's whole psyche to see things that were perceived as treats in childhood as not really treats, and things that were perceived as punishments or you know, really negatively in childhood.
Eat your kale.
Yeah. Exercise, go for a run, do something. You know, these things are actually good for us and they're really important to do.
It's funny because there is a sound associated to food.
Yeah.
In the sense of just from a psychology or an emotional perspective, you know, sweets. It always sounds like that.
Well, the sweet wrappers crinkle for a reason.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? And so the crisp packets are crunchy for a reason. Because if you had crisp packets in soggy, you know, rubberized containers, you wouldn't think the crisps were going to be fresh or as nice. So the sound of packaging certainly has a big effect on the way we perceive taste. I mean, sound and taste are very associated.
I've never heard broccoli said with excitement, but I've had McDonald's and sweets and Coke, you know?
Yeah.
But also from a marketing and branding perspective, you know, brands like Coca-Cola spend so much of their time trying to associate, and even the little, you know.
Well, there was Schweppes for years was shh, you know who, which is the shh of opening a bottle. So sound has been used in advertising for many, many years in a very profitable way. I think the first sound was Wheaties way back in about 1926. And it was a 4-part barbershop quartet who had a little song, say, "Have you tried Wheaties?" And it massively revolutionized the sales of Wheaties. And from that point on, it's been huge in advertising.
It was only a few years ago that I got accustomed to the term audio branding. And then I got really obsessed with it, because obviously running a podcast, people are listening to our podcast every week. It's in their ears. There's certain sounds they're familiar with. There's even certain sayings at the start of the podcast where I say, I hope nobody's listening. If you are, keep this to yourself. But they've become accustomed to. What is it to have a good audio brand? And how does, because there's multiple CEOs and brand owners that are listening to this that have never considered the fact that they have an audio brand as well. How does one go about doing that? Is it important?
Well, the first thing to say is that all businesses, all organizations, and all brands are making sound already. Because I've had a conversation lots of times with marketing directors or CMOs where I've said, you know, this is how powerful it is. And they go, oh, maybe we should start doing some sound. You already are. It's just not designed. It's accidental. Might be the sound of your delivery trucks pissing people off at 4 o'clock in the morning. Might be the sound of your on-hold music, or your automated call handling system. Press 1 for this, press 2 for that. And, you know, 9 levels later, you're still going. Those kind of sounds can really be damaging and can lose unbelievable amounts of money for a business. I mean, how many times have we slammed the phone down in frustration at one of those systems, which is designed by a technical person, not a marketing person, which doesn't, I mean, older people hate them. And we have an aging demographic in every Western country. So they're becoming less and less popular. So sounds like those can be enormously damaging. The sound of your corporate reception. The number of corporate receptions I've walked into where they've got a TV screen on the wall with news on. I mean, I remember, you know, when 9/11 happened, I walked into the reception of McCann Erickson in London. They had big TV screens with burning skyscrapers on them. How are you expecting to have a good meeting when you inflict that kind of thing on people? I suppose it's supposed to say we're current and we're up to the minute and we're, you know, in tune with the world's events. But news generally is bad news.
I think it's unthinking.
Yeah,
it is. Someone just said put something on there.
If you have a screen in reception, have something playing about your company that's informative, that engages people, not, you know, news, especially not commercial news, which may have ads from your competitors showing in your own reception. So those kind of sounds, I think, are very mindless. There's a huge amount of mindlessness about sound. We design for the eyes, largely. And it's not that often that companies think about designing with the ears. So very often you'll have a company that spends masses of money on visuals, whether it's a retailer, you know, like a supermarket, and doesn't think about the appalling sound of checkout beeps and trolleys clashing and some awful tinned music coming across on tiny little loudspeakers that were never designed to play music. and so forth. You know, the cacophony that you and I have to go through a lot of the time in life, which is the result of people not designing.
What brands do that well?
Do sound well?
Yeah, generally.
Well, I think that airlines and aeroplane manufacturers and car manufacturers are getting very good at it in terms of designing the sonic experience of using the aeroplane. I mean, there is an unbelievable noise on the fuselage of an aeroplane traveling at 500 miles an hour, and inside you don't hear it. So the design in there is very good. And the same with cars these days. Most of them sound very good. Although there's a thing with electric cars, we have electric cars, at slow speed, they're very silent and it can be dangerous. So you need a noise to warn people the car is coming. And you know, a lot of the time they make a nice chord or something like that as they're moving through. Brands that have great, powerful sonic logos, there are plenty of those. You think of Intel, for example. Dun, 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 dun. Which is something, you know, if I say to people, can you sing Intel's logo? Lots of people can. If I said to you, can you draw Intel's logo?
No.
Not really. It's a squarish thing, isn't it? Or something. That sound, which was designed by a guy called Walter Wazawa, is worth hundreds of millions of dollars to Intel in brand value. And they have batteries of lawyers who approve any tiny change to it because it's a trademark for them. And it's a really important one.
That's consistency, right? Because we've heard it so much.
Yeah.
Is there anything else other than consistency for people that are thinking about their sonic signature in their content, in their podcast, in their brand videos, whatever? Is there anything else other than just making sure people hear it a lot?
Yeah, so, well, if you're going to hear it a lot, it has to be not irritating as well. And there have been some pretty irritating sonic logos. But, I mean, if you think back, we talked a moment ago about the history of advertising and sound through advertising. I can remember from my childhood, so this is addressed to your older listeners, things like the Fairy Liquid jingle, you know, 4 hands that do dishes, those kind of things. That was from 1965 or something, and I still remember it right now. So there are things that can be enormously iconic and powerful. From the Tony the Tiger, they're great. Those kind of things, which last for years and years and years. There's been at least 5 Tonys saying that. It's gone on so long, they've kind of all died off and been replaced.
Is there an emotion to, even though it's a jingle? We talked about earlier how storytelling implants it into your brain in a way that information can't. Is there a certain emotion to the sound or the jingle that is important?
Big time. Because sound affects us 4 ways. And this is a conversation which is really interesting to me. I mean, it was my first TED Talk. It's not the most watched of the TED Talks. And it's something which is, the reaction I get from people is often the same. It's, well, that's absolutely obvious, but I never thought of it. I've never been conscious of it. You know, we're very, very ocular in the Western world particularly, and we're very orientated around the eyes. There are loads of design awards in the world. They're all for how things look. There's no design awards for how things sound. It's bizarre. Architects are all about how things look very often, and they design things that sound awful and aren't fit for purpose because they look great, and that's all they care about. So it is very important to become sensitive. Sound changes your body physically. So, for example, I could entrain your heartbeat. If I drop you in a nightclub with pounding dance music at 140 beats a minute, your heart rate will immediately increase. Or if there's a sudden sound,
You got me.
Yeah, so your heart rate just jumped because you had a shot of cortisol, your fight-flight hormone, and noradrenaline, and that gets you ready to fight or flee. So your heart rate, your breathing, your hormone secretions, your brainwaves, they all get changed by sound. That's the first way. Sound changes your feelings. Think of music. It's the most obvious example. But for me, you know, my favorite sound in the world is the sound of rain on leaves outside the window, summer rain on leaves outside the window. Well, that's enormously calming to me. Other people, it might be gentle surf or something like that. So sound can affect our feelings. Birdsong makes people feel secure because the birds have been here far longer than we have. And we've learned over hundreds of thousands of years that when the birds are happily tweeting, things are safe. We're okay. If they suddenly stop, you need to be worried because birds stop if there's a big predator like a lion.
Okay, that's good.
Then the third way sound affects us is how well you can think cognitively. You know, we are all completely used to the would you be quite, I'm trying to think here, especially people's conversations, the most damaging sound of all. It's really difficult to think, which is why we are 1/3 as productive in open plan offices as we are in quiet working spaces. 1/3. If we're trying to do knowledge working, manipulate words or numbers in our head and write, for example. So I have friends at the BBC. The BBC have gutted that entire building in Portland Place, and it's now got a basement where they all sit writing with 4 floors of space above them. And it drives them nuts. If you're a journalist trying to write a story and you're filing on a deadline and you've got people all around you talking, it is really difficult to concentrate. So that's, in terms of cognition, how well we can think is affected by noise around us or sound around us. And finally, sound changes our behavior. It changes what you do and what I do every day. There's a brilliant study, actually, which was done some years ago by some academics. They had a supermarket with 2 gondola ends, French wine on one, German wine on the other one, visually identical. And all they did was to alternate the music. So day 1, you had a bit of French or accordion music. Day 2, you had a bit of German kind of umpa music. And they kept doing that for an extended period of time. On the French music days, French wine outsold German wine by 5 bottles to 1, which may not be surprising. It does sell more in the world. So, okay, we might expect that. But on the German music days, German wine outsold French wine by 3 bottles to 1. Now, that is a massive shift in behavior. And that's not people coming in going, German music, therefore I shall buy a bottle of German wine. They weren't even aware of the music, most of the people who were surveyed. They hadn't noticed. So this is unconscious response to a sound situation. That's how much sound is changing our behavior all the time. And so part of my message, part of my whole thrust and the difference I want to make in the world is to get people listening consciously so that we start to become aware of the ways in which sound is changing our bodies, our emotions, our thinking, and our behavior. So we can start to take responsibility for the sound we consume, and possibly even more importantly, responsibility for the sound we make with our voice, and, also willy-nilly inflicting sound on other people, possibly unkindly, which very often happens also.
Everyone listening to this podcast, and I even imagine the title that will work best when we do our A/B tests will be about how to be a great speaker. We've talked about why that is, why we all want to be heard more. It gives us a sense of significance, helps us to feel valued, which makes us part of the tribe and all of these things. But you, as we said at the very start of this conversation, you really are leading a crusade to get people to listen more. Why should that be the title of the podcast? Why is that potentially even more important to the world? And if we all started to listen a bit more, why would the world be such a better place, personally and globally?
Because I think with conscious listening, the result is always understanding. And that's what we need. Understanding in the world defrays conflict. It means that people can coexist side by side with people with whom they disagree. And we've seen the way that's not happening in the polarization of politics, for example, in America, where it becomes a hated thing for somebody to disagree with your views. We're seeing such polarization in so many countries now, and that's all about this thing of being right and not listening to other people, not trying to learn anything, but becoming more and more entrenched in a set of opinions, which, they may be useful to you, but is that true? Is that universally true? Would you brook any kind of antithesis to that, any kind of counter view, any competing solutions to the world? How can you grow if you are stuck in a bunker and you're listening through a tiny little slit of an entrenched listening position that I'm right and everybody else is wrong, certainly on this issue? So to me, a passion for listening is about coexisting with people I don't agree with, I may not like, but they have a right to be here and they have a reason. There's usually a good reason for what people think or what people do, often. And, I'm not saying pity the mass murderer and so forth necessarily. There'll be possibly reasons for that as well. We certainly need to understand them to stop it ever happening again. So listening even to people like that, I think there's things to learn. I mean, how could you ever become like that? And why would you ever behave like that? So if we just dismiss people that we don't approve of or people we don't like, then we don't learn very much at all. So I think listening is, I said this, I did a TEDx talk in Athens, the cradle of democracy, and I went on stage and said, listening is the sound of democracy. Because without it, it's very hard. If I'm the minority, it's very hard to accept the majority view, isn't it? You're all wrong, and I'm going to fight. Well, that is just a recipe for anarchy, conflict, war, as we've seen. Whereas if I can say, okay, I can understand why you all think that. I'll try and change your opinion, but, I'm not depersonalizing you. I'm understanding that you're human beings who have a different view from me, and I can see why you got to that view. Then I can grow, you can grow, we can possibly come to some sort of synthesis.
Thinking a lot about modern listening there and the tools we have to listen to each other, one of them being social media.
Yeah.
One of the things that's so tempting to do for all of us, which I've refrained, about 2 years ago, I made a very conscious decision to do this, but I used to just unfollow people that I didn't like what they said. So like I wouldn't follow Trump, for example, or like Nigel Farage, or like people that I thought were just idiots or had ulterior motives, whatever. I would just unfollow them. And the problem with that approach is as I saw other echo chambers emerging online, is that I wasn't progressing in any way. I was, as you've said it, like I was decreasing the size of my information, my exposure, therefore my ability to have empathy or to understand people that didn't think like me. So I started following people who made me feel uncomfortable. It's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, well, uncomfortable is a call for reassessment, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's really important. But I do think social media has got a lot to answer for in the way that it's been abused by people with trolling and particularly with shaming. There's a brilliant talk by John Ronson, who's become a friend of mine over the years, on social media shaming. And if anybody hasn't seen that, I do recommend you watch it, because it is truly chilling to recount how a mob can beat somebody out of their job for what was originally quite an innocent post. So we now see this, we see slurs being unacceptable words being labeled on top of people who find it difficult to defend themselves, whether we're talking about racist or we're talking about homophobe. At the moment that person is labeled with that thing, it's very hard to get the stain off, isn't it? And then you get a mob who go on and start castigating the person without ever understanding what caused this in the first place. So I think we've got to be very careful about the way these things are used, and without listening to the person and what their views really are, it's all too easy to get into a kind of knee-jerk mob, lynch mob kind of mentality where we're being right. It comes back to that again, doesn't it? And that person is wrong and must be punished or shamed or cancelled or whatever it may be. So I think listening is really important. And as you say, to people who make us feel uncomfortable, well, that's a warning sign that perhaps we need to reassess or analyse, or what is going on here? Why is this making me feel uncomfortable? Is it actually against my views or my values? Or is it against my social conditioning? And would my friends disapprove of me if I thought that? That kind of thing.
I'd love to live in a world where we all, including myself, were much better at listening and also accepting ideas that made us feel uncomfortable. That's in part what I think we're trying to do here, is to have conversations, to see ideas collide that help to move the world forward. And I only started thinking about that the other day when we had a guest on called Africa Brooke, that maybe that's ultimately the net benefit of this, is just fearless conversations in a medium where no one's going to be edited or cut down and manipulated. That will hopefully push the conversation forward. And I'm not right, and my guests are sometimes, it's just all opinion. We do have a closing tradition on this podcast where the previous guest asks a question for the next guest. They write it in the book. Jack gets to see it. I don't get to see it until now. So give me a second to read it. They don't know who they're writing it for. And you will also be asked to do the same.
I have been dreading this moment.
Really? Why? It's so funny that everyone gets really nervous now.
Yeah.
And just so you know, everyone takes a long time to answer, but then they also take an even longer amount of time to think of a question to write. Okay. This person wrote, see, they've really given themselves away, but I have played sport for a living. I've presented. I've done acting.
Friendly remaining.
And I've sang songs. But I would still love to do one more thing with my life. What's your one more thing?
Op 4, last operator standing.
I think for me, I've resisted doing a lot of things that I know intellectually are really, really good for me.
Mission successful.
So I can probably crystallize that. We have in Scotland, where I live, we have a thing called Munros. These are a set of peaks. I think they're over 3,000 feet or something like that. I can't remember how big they are, but they're, sizable. And I saw an amazing story the other day about an 83-year-old man, I think, who has just completed climbing all of the Munros. There are a lot of Munros. You're talking about more than 100. And he's just completed that. I mean, these are serious schleps, And at his age, he's just completed. There was a wonderful picture of all his friends with walking sticks forming a kind of corridor for him to walk through on his final complete. I would love to take on doing at least one Munro a year as a walk. Jane and I have just got into serious walking where we live in Orkney. And we did an 8-mile walk the other day, and I was virtually crippled the following day. I couldn't move. So I'd love to get to the stage where I get my body used to that kind of thing. It is so beautiful to be out in the fresh air, to be in beautiful scenery, to be exercising my body in that way, to be losing weight, to be becoming fitter. I mean, there is just nothing but good from the whole thing. And taking it on to do it up on Munro, that would be a serious challenge for me. So one a year for the rest of my life would be fantastic.
Amazing. And I'm going to find out if that happens. So me and Jane are going to stay in touch. I'm going to give my number.
Fair enough.
And maybe I'll come do a couple of the Munros with you, because I've got increasingly interested in hiking.
We love it
lately. So do invite me if you do end up doing it. But
definitely.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Stephen.
You've given me so much through your content and the videos, and especially the TED Talks. You've made me, it's one of those conversations that we've had today, but also from watching your videos where I start to reassess all of the, as I describe it, the unthinking I've done with sound. I just haven't thought about it enough. And through this conversation, I even thought about our little jingle at the start of The Diary of a CEO, which we've always had since episode 1. And to be honest, I've never really thought about it. It's just been there. And that kind of reassessment, because I completely agree with everything you've said about the importance of sound. But if I agree, then why aren't my actions and why isn't it such a high priority in the way that I'm thinking and designing the things that I create? So,
yeah.
And also everything you've said about conflict resolution in relationships and the importance that sound plays there. It's such an important conversation, one that I hope we can continue long after this podcast. But I just wanted to say thank you for your time today.
Well, thank you for listening.
It's a lovely way to end. Thank you for speaking and thank you for listening. It means the world to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
I had a few words to say about one of my sponsors on this podcast. My girlfriend came upstairs yesterday when I was having a shower, and she said to me that she tried the Huel protein shake, which lives on my fridge over there. And she said it's amazing. Low calories, you get your 20 odd grams of protein, you get your 26 vitamins and minerals, and it's nutritionally complete. In the protein space, there's lots of things, but it's hard to find something that is nice, especially when consumed just with water, and that is nutritionally complete, and that has about 100 calories in total, while also giving you your 20 grams of protein. If you haven't tried the Huel protein product, do give it a try. The salted caramel one.
So my full name is Goge Wadiongo. It simply means Goge, son of Thiongo. So my name is Goge. But if you ask which Goge, because there are many Goges, then it's Goge Wadiongo, son of Thiongo. So Thiongo is my father's name. When I began to write in 1960, was 60s, there are really few African writers, but now there are very many, the younger generation, very many writers, including from my own family,
Protect the bombs.
There's one problem right now in African literature, and that this literature is written largely in European languages, you know. So even those writers of our generation, you know, we wrote in English, French, or Portuguese, okay? And that trend continues to the present. So the struggle that there is now also is a struggle for where African writing in African languages is trying to assert itself, you know. Yeah. Is that for me is literature written by African people in African languages. You know, just like Spanish literature is written in Spanish. But you cannot tell me there's Spanish literature written in Zulu. You can't say that, oh, Spanish literature is only that literature which is written in French, right? Or French literature is French literature written in Chinese, right? Well, I think I like to call it now Europhone African literature, Europhone, because just like you talk about Francophone, Anglophone, and so on. What I wrote in English, in say A Grain of Wheat, Petals of Blood, Whitman Child, the river between, all those are part of Europhone African literature, you know. But, and which is different from literature written by Africans in African languages, yeah. Language is part of the identity of any given literature, okay, yeah. The literature of African diaspora, you know, has been very, very important for the development of African literature, you know, on the continent, you know, of the development of African writers on the continent. For instance, when I went to study postgraduate work in England, I chose to do work not on European writers, but on Caribbean writers, on the work of George Lamming and other Caribbean writers who were writing at the time, you know. It was a very, very important thing for me to have been able to connect African literature, Caribbean literature, and in the process also discovered African American literature, you know. And collectively, that literature became very, very important when in 68, I returned to Kenya to teach and began to challenge the dominance of English literature department as then organized, you know. Because in those days, the study of art literature meant the study of English literature or the study of European literature. And in Nairobi University, we changed all that. We said in Africa, African literature or literature written by African people must be at the center. Yes, you start with the African literature at the center and then they radiate outward to other literatures. Not as it was before, where English literature, French literature is the center. We said, no, African literature is the center of our universe, but then we can add other literatures to it, yeah. In 1978, for a year, I was put in a maximum security prison in Kenya for writing my first play in Gikuyu language, okay. That was, I was in maximum security prison for a year. And during that year of maximum security, that's when I decided to stop, to be writing in my novels and fiction and drama and poetry in Gikuyu language, my mother tongue. And I wrote my first novel in Gikuyu called Devil on the Cross in Gikuyu on toilet paper in prison. So I use literature as a way of connecting to the world outside the. So in the same way, when I was now in exile, I used my writing in Gikuyu as a way of connecting to Kenya. Yes. So my mother tongue, Gikuyu, was very, very important for my survival in prison, and it was very, very important for my survival in exile. Every person, whether in Africa or Europe, has a right to their mother tongue or to the language of their culture. And it does not matter if that language is spoken by only 5 people. Those 5 people have a right to their language and to the intellectual production of ideas in their language. But those languages can then relate to other languages through translation or through adding other languages to what one already has. The problem with Africa and the formerly colonized as a whole is that the whole intellectual community operates within European languages. In other, the entire intellectual production of ideas is in foreign languages or it's in European languages, okay? And the majority of African people, working people, the farmers, the majority speak African languages. So African languages, they are there. African languages are spoken by the majority of the people, but the intellectual production, or rather the languages of power, happen to be European languages. Yeah. The Upright Revolution, I wrote it in Gikuyu first. It's called, Tuikare Amoro Garu. Okay. That story has now been translated into 83 languages in the world. Most of them actually African. So here's a story which written in one African language, but now is available in several African languages, but also available in several European and Asian languages. But there are things which are beginning to happen in post-independent era that we could not really quite understand. And it's Fanon who gave us a vocabulary by which to understand what was happening in the post-colonial era. Before Fanon, we saw things in kind of black and white. Fanon made us understand, about the connection between economic independence, political independence, and cultural independence. That you could actually become politically independent, but not necessarily economically independent. And even if you become independent, there could also be economic class differences within the newly independent country. The decolonization of the mind is very, very important for Africa and the formerly colonized world. Very, very important. Or for anybody for that matter, because even Europe needs to decolonize itself. Because the West we have is a Europe which grew out of slave trade, grew out of colonizing other people and so on, So Europe also and the West also need to decolonize. Many European cities London, say, Paris, Madrid, Lisbon, were built on profits made out of the African body, out of the enslaved African, the labor of the African people, is what actually built many of the modern European cities. So modernity in Europe is rooted in African enslavement. That Europe, people of Europe have occupied more of other people's lands than any other continent, right? European peoples are in New Zealand. European peoples are in Australia, in America, in Latin America, everywhere. So the European people are the ones who have moved more into other continents historically than people from any other continent. Okay? So if you compare that with the few immigrants from Africa and Asia and so on, in fact, they are minuscule by comparison, right? Many authoritarian governments suppress writers because they want to suppress the capacity of people to imagine different futures, Because imagination, the capacity to picture a different world, the capacity to picture different possibilities is very, very important for the human, right? And literature is very, very important in that respect, But authoritarian regimes want to limit the capacity of people to imagine different futures. So in that sense, literature becomes very, very important. And not only literature, all works of art becomes very important because this capacity to fire, the imagination, and to say the present, we cannot just accept the present conditions. So you need other energies that come and imagine a different world, I think Africa has a chance to imagine that different world, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. If you really want to understand the present world, the literature you want to read is literature from the Africa and from Asia and from Latin America. That's really what is capture really the reality of the world, and is the one which also begin to imagine different possibilities here.
Chapter 1, The Language of African Literature, Part 1. The language of African literature cannot be discussed meaningfully outside the context of those social forces which have made it both an issue demanding our attention and a problem calling for a resolution. On the one hand is imperialism, in its colonial and neo-colonial phases, continuously press-ganging the African hand to the plow to turn the soil over, and putting blinkers on him to make him view the path ahead only as determined for him by the master, armed with the Bible and the sword. In other words, imperialism continues to control the economy, politics, and cultures of Africa. But on the other, and pitted against it, are the ceaseless struggles of African people to liberate their economy, politics, and culture from that Euro-American-based stranglehold, to usher a new era of true communal self-regulation and self-determination. It is an ever-continuing struggle to seize back their creative initiative and history through a real control of all the means of communal self-determination in time and space. The choice of language, and the use to which language is put, is central to a people's definition of themselves in relation to their natural and social environment, indeed in relation to the entire universe. Hence, language has always been at the heart of the two contending social forces in the Africa of the 20th century. The contention started 100 years ago, when in 1884, the capitalist powers of Europe sat in Berlin and carved an entire continent with a multiplicity of peoples, cultures, and languages into different colonies. It seems it is the fate of Africa to have her destiny always decided around the conference tables and the metropolises of the Western world. Her submergence from self-governing communities into colonies was decided in Berlin. Her more recent transition into neo-colonies along the same boundaries was negotiated around the same tables in London, Paris, Brussels, and Lisbon. The Berlin-drawn division under which Africa is still living was obviously economic and political, despite the claims of Bible-wielding diplomats, but it was also cultural. Berlin in 1884 saw the division of Africa into the different languages of the European powers. African countries, as colonies, and even today as neo-colonies, came to be defined and to define themselves in terms of the languages of Europe. English-speaking, French-speaking, or Portuguese-speaking African countries. Unfortunately, writers who should have been mapping paths out of that linguistic encirclement of their continent also came to be defined and to define themselves in terms of the languages of imperialist imposition. Even at their most radical and pro-African position in their sentiments and articulation of problems, they still took it as axiomatic that the renaissance of African cultures lay in the languages of Europe. I should know. Part 2. In 1962, I was invited to that historic meeting of African writers at Makerere University College, Kampala, Uganda. The list of participants contained most of the names which have now become the subjects of scholarly dissertations in universities all over the world. The title, A Conference of African Writers of English Expression. I was then a student of English at Makerere, an overseas college of the University of London. The main attraction for me was the certain possibility of meeting Chinua Achebe. I had with me a rough typescript of a novel in progress, Weep Not, Child, and I wanted him to read it. In the previous year, 1961, I had completed The River Between, my first ever attempt at a novel, and entered it for a writing competition organized by the East African Literature Bureau. I was keeping in step with the tradition of Peter Abrahams with his output of novels and autobiographies, from Path of Thunder to Tell Freedom, and followed by Chinua Achebe with his publication of Things Fall Apart in 1959. Or there were the counterparts in French colonies, the generation of Sédar Senghor and David Diop, included in the 1947-48 Paris edition of Anthologie de la Nouvelle Poésie Nègre et Malgache de Langlois Français. They all wrote in European languages, as was the case with all the participants in that momentous encounter on Makerere Hill in Kampala in 1962. The title, A Conference of African Writers of English Expression, automatically excluded those who wrote in African languages. Now, on looking back from the self-questioning heights of 1986, I can see this contained absurd anomalies. I, a student, could qualify for the meeting on the basis of only 2 published short stories, The Fig Tree, Mugumo, and a student journal, Penpoint, and the return in a new journal, Transition. But neither Shaban Robert, then the greatest living East African poet with several works of poetry and prose to his credit in Kiswahili, nor Chifagunwa, the great Nigerian writer with several published titles in Yoruba, could possibly qualify. The discussions on the novel, the short story, poetry, and drama were based on extracts from work in English, and hence they excluded the main body of work in Swahili, Zulu, Yoruba, Arabic, Amharic, and other African languages. Yet, despite this exclusion of writers and literature in African languages, no sooner were the introductory preliminaries over than this Conference of African Writers of English Expression sat down to the first item on the agenda. What is African literature? The debate which followed was animated. Was it literature about Africa or about the African experience? Was it literature written by Africans? What about a non-African who wrote about Africa? Did his work qualify as African literature? What if an African set his work in Greenland? Did that qualify as African literature? Or were African languages the criteria? Okay, what about Arabic? Was it not foreign to Africa? What about French and English, which had become African languages? What if a European wrote about Europe in an African language? If this or that, except the issue, the domination of our languages and cultures by those of imperialist Europe. In any case, there was no Fagunwa or Shaban Robert or any writer in African languages to bring the conference down from the realms of evasive abstractions. The question was never seriously asked, did what we wrote qualify as African literature? The whole area of literature and audience, and hence of language as a determinant of both the national and class audience, did not really figure. The debate was more about the subject matter and the racial origins and geographical habitation of the writer. English, like French and Portuguese, was assumed to be the natural language of literary and even political mediation between African people in the same nation and between nations in Africa and other continents. In some instances, these European languages were seen as having a capacity to unite African peoples against divisive tendencies inherent in the multiplicity of African languages within the same geographic state. Thus, Ezekiel Mafalele later could write in a letter to Transition number 11 that English and French have become the common language with which to present a nationalist front against white oppressors, and even, quote, where the white man has already retreated, as in the independent states, these two languages are still a unifying force, end quote. In the literary sphere, they were often seen as coming to save African languages against themselves. Writing a foreword to Birago Diop's book, Conte d'Amadou Combao, Sundar Senghor commends him for using French to rescue the spirit and style of old African fables and tales. Quote, however, while rendering them into French, he renews them with an art which, while it respects the genius of the French language, that language of gentleness and honesty, preserves at the same time all the virtues of the Negro African languages, end quote. English, French, and Portuguese had come to our rescue, and we accepted the unsolicited gift with gratitude. Thus, in 1964, Chinua Achebe, in a speech entitled The African Writer and the English Language, said, quote, is it right that a man should abandon his mother tongue for someone else's? It looks like a dreadful betrayal and produces a guilty feeling. But for me, there is no other choice. I have been given the language and I intend to use it, end quote. See the paradox? The possibility of using mother tongues provokes a tone of levity in phrases like a dreadful betrayal and a guilty feeling, but that of foreign languages produces a categorical positive embrace, what Achebe himself 10 years later was to describe as this, quote, fatalistic logic of the unassailable position of English in our literature, end quote. The fact is that all of us who opted for European languages, the conference participants, and the generation that followed them, accepted that fatalistic logic to a greater or lesser degree. We were guided by it, and the only question which preoccupied us was how best to make the borrowed tongues carry the weight of our African experience by, for instance, making them prey on African proverbs and other peculiarities of African speech and folklore. For this task, Achebe, Things Fall Apart, Heir of God, Amos Tutuola, The Palm Wine Drinkard, My Life in the Bush of Ghosts, and Gabriel Okara, The Voice, were often held as providing the three alternative models, the lengths to which we were prepared to go in our mission of enriching foreign languages by injecting Singorian black blood into their rusty joints is best exemplified by Gabriel Okara in an article reprinted in Transition. Quote, as a writer who believes in the utilization of African ideas, African philosophy, and African folklore and imagery to the fullest extent possible, I am of the opinion the only way to use them effectively is to translate them almost literally from the African language native to the writer into whatever European language he's using as a medium of expression. I've endeavored in my words to keep as close as possible to the vernacular expressions. For from a word, a group of words, a sentence, and even a name in any African language, one can glean the social norms, attitudes, and values of a people. In order to capture the vivid images of African speech, I had to eschew the habit of expressing my thoughts first in English. It was difficult at first, but I had to learn. I had to study each Ijao expression I used and to discover the probable situation in which it was used in order to bring out the nearest meaning in English. I found it a fascinating exercise, end quote. Why, we may ask, should an African writer, or any writer, become so obsessed by taking from his mother tongue to enrich other tongues? Why should he see it as his particular mission? We never asked ourselves, how can we enrich our languages? How can we prey on the rich humanist and democratic heritage and the struggles of other peoples in other times and other places to enrich our own? Why not have Balzac, Tolstoy, Sholokhov, Brecht, Luson, Pablo Neruda, H.C. Andersen, Kim Chi-ha, Marx, Lenin, Albert Einstein, Galileo, Aeschylus, Aristotle, and Plato in African languages? And why not create literary monuments in our own languages? Why, in other words, should Okara not sweat it out to create in Ijao, which he acknowledges to have depth of philosophy and a wide range of ideas and experiences? What was our responsibility to the struggles of African peoples? No, these were not the questions asked. What seemed to worry us more was this. After all the literary gymnastics of preying on our languages to add life and vigor to English and other foreign languages, would the result be accepted as good English or good French? Will the owner of the language criticize our usage? Here, we were more assertive of our rights. Chinua Achebe wrote, quote, I feel that the English language will be able to carry the weight of my African experience, but it'll have to be a new English, still in full communion with its ancestral home, but altered to suit new African surroundings, end quote. Gabriel Okara's position on this was representative of our generation. Quote, some may regard this way of writing English as a desecration of the language. This is, of course, not true. Living languages grow like living things, and English is far from a dead language. There are American, West Indian, Australian, Canadian, and New Zealand forms of English. All of them add life and vigor to the language while reflecting their own respective cultures. Why shouldn't there be a Nigerian or West African English, which we can use to express our own ideas, thinking, and philosophy in our own way, end quote. How did we arrive at this acceptance of the fatalistic logic of the unassailable position of English in our literature, in our culture, and in our politics? What was the route from the Berlin of 1884 via the Makerere of 1962 to what is still the prevailing and dominant logic 100 years later? How did we, as African writers, come to be so feeble towards the claims of our languages on us, and so aggressive in our claims on other languages, particularly the languages of our colonization? Berlin of 1884 was affected through the sword and the bullet, but the night of the sword and the bullet was followed by the morning of the chalk and the blackboard. The physical violence of the battlefield was followed by the psychological violence of the classroom. But where the former was visibly brutal, the latter was visibly gentle, a process best described in Cheikh Hamadou Kane's novel Ambiguous Adventure, where he talks of the methods of the colonial phase of imperialism as consisting of knowing how to kill with efficiency and to heal with the same art. Quote, on the Black Continent, one began to understand that their real power resided not at all in the cannons of the first morning, but in what followed the cannons. Therefore, behind the cannons was the new school. The new school had the nature of both the cannon and the magnet. From the cannon, it took the efficiency of a fighting weapon, but better than the cannon, it made the conquest permanent. The cannon forces the body, and the school fascinates the soul, end quote. In my view, language was the most important vehicle through which that power fascinated and held the soul prisoner. The bullet was the means of the physical subjugation. Language was the means of the spiritual subjugation. Let me illustrate this by drawing upon experiences in my own education, particularly in language and literature. Part 3. I was born into a large peasant family, father, 4 wives, and about 28 children. I also belonged, as we all did in those days, to a wider extended family and to the community as a whole. We spoke Gikuyu as we worked in the fields. We spoke Gikuyu in and outside the home. I can vividly recall those evenings of storytelling around the fireside. It was mostly the grown-ups telling the children, but everybody was interested and involved. We children would retell the stories the following day to other children who worked in the fields, picking the pyrethrum flowers, tea leaves, or coffee beans of our European and African landlords. The stories, with mostly animals as the main characters, were all told in Gikuyu. Hare, being small, weak, but full of innovative wit and cunning, was our hero. We identified with him as he struggled against the brutes of prey like lion, leopard, hyena. His victories were our victories, and we learnt that the apparently weak can outwit the strong. We followed the animals in their struggle against hostile nature, drought, rain, sun, wind, a confrontation often forcing them to search for forms of cooperation. But we were also interested in their struggles amongst themselves, and particularly between the beasts and the victims of prey. These twin struggles against nature and other animals reflected real-life struggles in the human world. Not that we neglected stories with human beings as the main characters. There were two types of characters in such human-centered narratives. The species of truly human beings with qualities of courage, kindness, mercy, hatred of evil, concern for others, and a man-eat-man, two-mouthed species with qualities of greed, selfishness, individualism, and hatred of what was good for the larger cooperative community. Cooperation as the ultimate good in a community was a constant theme. It could unite human beings with animals against ogres and beasts of prey, as in the story of how Dove, after being fed with castor oil seeds, was sent to fetch a smith working far away from home and whose pregnant wife was being threatened by these man-eating, two-mouthed ogres. There were good and bad storytellers. A good one could tell the same story over and over again, and it would always be fresh to us, the listeners. He or she could tell a story told by someone else and make it more alive and dramatic. The differences really were in the use of words and images and the inflection of voices to affect different tones. We therefore learned to value words for their meaning and nuances. Language was not a mere string of words. It had a suggestive power well beyond the immediate and lexical meaning. Our appreciation of the suggestive and magical power of language was reinforced by the games we played with words, through riddles, proverbs, transpositions of syllables, or through nonsensical but musically arranged words. So we learnt the music of our language on top of the content. The language, through images and symbols, gave us a view of the world, but it had a beauty of its own. The home and the fields were then our pre-primary school. But what is important for this discussion is that the language of our evening teach-ins, and the language of our immediate and wider community, and the language of our work in the fields were one. And then I went to school, a colonial school, and this harmony was broken. The language of my education was no longer the language of my culture. I first went to Kamanandara, missionary run, and then to another called Ma'anguru'u, run by nationalists grouped around the Gikuyu Independent and Karinga Schools Association. Our language of education was still Gikuyu. The very first time I was ever given an ovation for my writing was over a composition in Gikuyu. So for my first 4 years, there was still harmony between the language of my formal education and that of the Limuru peasant community. It was after the declaration of a state of emergency over Kenya in 1952 that all the schools run by patriotic nationalists were taken over by the colonial regime and were placed under district education boards chaired by Englishmen. English became the language of my formal education. In Kenya, English became more than a language. It was the language, and all the others had to bow before it in deference. Thus, one of the most humiliating experiences was to be caught speaking Gikuyu in the vicinity of the school. The culprit was given corporal punishment, 3 to 5 strokes of the cane on bare buttocks, or was made to carry a metal plate around the neck with inscriptions such as, "I am stupid," or I am a donkey. Sometimes the culprits were fined money they could hardly afford. And how did the teachers catch the culprits? A button was initially given to one pupil who was supposed to hand it over to whoever was caught speaking his mother tongue. Whoever had the button at the end of the day would sing who had given it to him, and the ensuing process would bring out all the culprits of the day. Thus, children were turned into witch hunters, and in the process were being taught the lucrative value of being a traitor to one's immediate community. The attitude to English was the exact opposite. Any achievement in spoken or written English was highly rewarded. Prizes, prestige, applause, the ticket to higher realms. English became the measure of intelligence and ability in the arts, the sciences, and all the other branches of learning. English became the main determinant of a child's progress up the ladder of formal education. As you may know, the colonial system of education, in addition to its apartheid racial demarcation, had the structure of a pyramid. A broad primary base, a narrowing secondary middle, and an even narrower university apex. Selections from primary into secondary were through an examination, in my time called Kenya African Preliminary Examination, in which one had to pass 6 subjects, ranging from maths to nature study and Kiswahili. All the papers were written in English. Nobody could pass the exam who failed the English language paper, no matter how brilliantly he had done in the other subjects. I remember one boy in my class of 1954 who had the distinctions in all subjects except English, which he had failed. He was made to fail the entire exam. He went on to become a turn boy in a bus company. I, who had only passes but a credit in English, got a place at the Alliance High School, one of the most elite institutions for Africans in colonial Kenya. The requirements for a place at the university, Makerere University College, were broadly the same. Nobody could go on to wear the undergraduate red gown, no matter how brilliantly they had performed in all the other subjects they had a credit, not even a simple pass in English. Thus, the most coveted place in the pyramid and in the system was only available to the holder of an English language credit card. English was the official vehicle and the magic formula to colonial elitedom. Literary education was now determined by the dominant language, while also reinforcing that dominance. Orature, oral literature, and Kenyan languages stopped. In primary school, I now read simplified Dickens and Stevenson alongside Rider Haggard. Jim Hawkins, Oliver Twist, Tom Brown, Knot Hare, Leopard, and Lion were now my daily companions in the world of imagination. In secondary school, Scott and G.B. Shaw vied with more Rider Haggard, John Buchan, Alan Patton, Captain W.E. Johns. At Makerere, I read English, from Chaucer to T.S. Eliot with a touch of Graham Greene. Thus, language and literature were taking us further and further from ourselves to other selves, from our world to other worlds. What was the colonial system doing to us Kenyan children? What were the consequences of, on the one hand, the systematic suppression of our languages and the literature they carried, and on the other, the elevation of English and the literature it carried? To answer those questions, let me first examine the relationship of language to human experience, human culture, and the human perception of reality. Part 4. Language, any language, has a dual character. It is both a means of communication and a carrier of culture. Take English. It is spoken in Britain and in Sweden and Denmark. But for Swedish and Danish people, English is only a means of communication with non-Scandinavians. It is not a carrier of their culture. For the British, and particularly the English, it is additionally, and inseparably from its use as a tool of communication, a carrier of their culture and history. Or take Swahili in East and Central Africa. It is widely used as a means of communication across many nationalities, but it's not the carrier of a culture and history of many of those nationalities. However, in parts of Kenya and Tanzania, and particularly in Zanzibar, Swahili is inseparably both a means of communication and a carrier of the culture of those people to whom it is a mother tongue. Language as communication has 3 aspects or elements. There is first what Karl Marx once called the language of real life, the element basic to the notion of language, its origins and development. That is, the relations people enter into with one another in the labor process, the links they necessarily establish among themselves in the act of a people, a community of human beings, producing wealth or means of life like food, clothing, houses. A human community really starts its historical being as a community of cooperation in production through the division of labor. The simplest is between man, woman, and child within a household. The more complex divisions are between branches of production, such as those who are sole hunters, sole gatherers of fruits, or sole workers in metal. Then there are the most complex divisions, such as those in modern factories, where a single product, say a shirt or shoe, is the result of many hands and minds. Production is cooperation, is communication, is language, is expression of a relation between human beings, and it is specifically human. The second aspect of language as communication is speech, and it imitates the language of real life, that is, communication in production. The verbal signposts both reflect and aid communication, or the relations established between human beings and the production of their means of life. Language as a system of verbal signposts makes that production possible. The spoken word is to relations between human beings what the hand is to the relations between human beings and nature. The hand, through tools, mediates between human beings and nature and forms the language of real life. Spoken words mediate between human beings and form the language of speech. The third aspect is the written signs. The written word imitates the spoken. For the first 2 aspects of language as communication, through the hand and the spoken word, historically evolved more or less simultaneously. The written aspect is a much later historical development. Writing is a representation of sounds with visual symbols, from the simplest knot among shepherds to tell the number in a herd, or the hieroglyphics among the Agikuyu, Gikaandi singers and poets of Kenya, to the most complicated and different letter and picture writing systems of the world today. In most societies, the written and the spoken languages are the same, and that they represent each other. What's on paper can be read to another person and be received as that language which the recipient has grown up speaking. In such a society, there's broad harmony for a child between the 3 aspects of language as communication. His interaction with nature and with other men is expressed in written and spoken symbols or signs, which are both a result of that double interaction and a reflection of it. The association of the child's sensibility is with the language of his experience of life. But there's more to it. Communication between human beings is also the basis and process of evolving culture. In doing similar kinds of things and actions over and over again under similar circumstances, similar even in their mutability, certain patterns, moves, rhythms, habits, attitudes, experiences, and knowledge emerge. Those experiences are handed over to the next generation and become the inherited basis for their further actions on nature and on themselves. There's a gradual accumulation of values, which in time become almost self-evident truths, governing their conception of what's right and wrong, good and bad, beautiful and ugly, courageous and cowardly, generous and mean, in their internal and external relations. Over a time, this becomes a way of life distinguishable from other ways of life. They develop a distinctive culture and history. Culture embodies those moral, ethical, and aesthetic values, the set of spiritual eyeglasses through which they come to view themselves and their place in the universe. Values are the basis of the people's identity, their sense of particularity as members of the human race. All this is carried in that language. Language as culture is the collective memory of the people's experience and history. Culture is almost indistinguishable from the language that makes possible its genesis, growth, banking, articulation, and indeed its transmission from one generation to the next. Language as culture also has three important aspects. Culture is a product of the history which it in turn reflects. Culture, in other words, is a product and a reflection of human beings communicating with one another in the very struggle to create wealth and to control it. But culture doesn't merely reflect that history, or rather, it does so by actually forming images or pictures of the world of nature and nurture. Thus, the second aspect of language as culture is as an image-forming agent in the mind of a child. Our whole conception of ourselves as a people, individually and collectively, is based on those pictures and images, which may or may not correctly correspond to the actual reality of the struggles with nature and nurture which produced
খেলা দেখিতে আমার ভাল লাগে হাঁটতে তো
first place. But our capacity to confront the world creatively is dependent on how those images correspond or not to that reality, how they distort or clarify the reality of our struggles. Language as culture is thus mediating between me and my own self, between my own self and other selves, between me and nature. Language is mediating in my very being. And this brings me to the third aspect of language as culture. Culture transmits or imparts those images of the world and reality through the spoken and the written language. That is, through a specific language. In other words, the capacity to speak, the capacity to order sounds in a manner that makes for mutual comprehension between human beings is universal. This is the universality of language, a quality specific to human beings. It corresponds to the universality of the struggle against nature and that between human beings. But the particularity of the sounds, the words, the word order into phrases and sentences, and the specific manner or laws of their ordering is what distinguishes one language from another. Thus, a specific culture is not transmitted through language in its universality, but in its particularity, as the language of a specific community with a specific history. Written language and orature are the main means by which a particular language transmits the images of the world contained in the culture it carries.
Your drone has found a bomb.
Language as communication and as culture are then products of each other. Communication creates culture. Culture is a means of communication. Language carries culture, and culture carries, particularly through orature and literature, the entire body of values by which we come to perceive ourselves and our place in the world. How people perceive themselves affects how they look at their culture, at their politics, and at their social production of wealth, at their entire relationship to nature and other beings. Language is thus inseparable from ourselves as a community of human beings, with a specific form and character, a specific history, a specific relationship to the world. Part 5. So what was the colonialist imposition of a foreign language doing to us children? The real aim of colonialism was to control the people's wealth, what they produced, how they produced it, and how it was distributed. To control, in other words, the entire realm of language of real life.
Must recover the diffuser.
Colonialism imposed its control of the social production of wealth through military conquest and subsequent political dictatorship. But its most important area of domination was the mental universe of the colonized. The control, through culture, of how people perceived themselves and their relationship to the world. Economic and political control can never be complete or effective without mental control. To control a people's culture is to control their tools of self-definition in relationship to others. For colonialism, this involved two aspects of the same process. The destruction or the deliberate undervaluing of a people's culture, their art, dances, religions, history, geography, education, orature, and literature, and the conscious elevation of the language of the colonizer. The domination of a people's language by the languages of the colonizing nations was crucial to the domination of the mental universe of the colonized. Take language as communication. Imposing a foreign language and suppressing the native languages as spoken and written were already breaking the harmony previously existing between the African child and the three aspects of language. Since the new language as a means of communication was a product of and was reflecting the real language of life elsewhere, it could never, as spoken or written, properly reflect or imitate the real life of that community. This may in part explain why technology always appears to us as slightly external, their product and not ours. The word missile used to hold an alien, faraway sound until I recently learned its equivalent in Kikuyu, Nurukuhi, and it made me apprehend it differently. Learning for a colonial child became a cerebral activity and not an emotionally felt experience. But since the new, imposed languages could never completely break the native languages as spoken, their most effective area of domination was the third aspect of languages communication, the written. The language of an African child's formal education was foreign. The language of the books he read was foreign. The language of his conceptualization was foreign. Thought in him took the visible form of a foreign language. So the written language of a child's upbringing in the school, even his spoken language within the school compound, became divorced from his spoken language at home. There was often not the slightest relationship between the child's written world, which was also the language of his schooling, and the world of his immediate environment in the family and the community. For a colonial child, the harmony existing between the three aspects of language as communication was irrevocably broken. This resulted in the disassociation of the sensibility of that child from his natural and social environment, what we might call colonial alienation. The alienation became reinforced in the teaching of history, geography, music, where bourgeois Europe was always the center of the universe. This disassociation, divorce, or alienation from the immediate environment becomes clearer when you look at colonial language as a carrier of culture. Since culture is a product of the history of a people, which it in turn reflects, the child was now being exposed exclusively to a culture that was a product of a world external to himself. He was being made to stand outside himself, to look at himself. Catching Them Young is the title of a book on racism, class, sex, and politics in children's literature by Bob Dixon. Catching them young as an aim was even more true of a colonial child. The images of this world and his place in it implanted in a child take years to eradicate, if they ever can be. Since culture doesn't just reflect the world in images, but actually, through those very images, conditions a child to see that world in a certain way, the colonial child was made to see the world and where he stands in it as seen and defined by or reflected in the culture of the language of imposition. And since those images are mostly passed on through orature and literature, it meant the child would now only see the world as seen in the literature of his language of adoption, from the point of view of alienation, that is seen not oneself from the inside, but the outside, as if one was another self. It doesn't matter that the imported literature carried the great humanist tradition of the best in Shakespeare, Goethe, Balzac, Tolstoy, Gorky, Brecht, Sholokhov, Dickens. The location of this great mirror of imagination was necessarily Europe and its history and culture, and the rest of the universe was seen from that center. But obviously it was worse when the colonial child was exposed to images of his world as mirrored in the written languages of his colonizer, where his own native languages were associated in his impressionable mind with low status, humiliation, corporal punishment, slow-footed intelligence, and ability or downright stupidity, non-intelligibility, and barbarism. This was reinforced by the world he met in the works of such geniuses of racism as a Rider Haggard or a Nicholas Montserrat, not to mention the pronouncement as some of the giants of Western intellectual and political establishment, such as Hume, Quote, the Negro is naturally inferior to the whites, end quote. Thomas Jefferson, quote, the blacks are inferior to the whites on the endowments of both body and mind, end quote.
Is no longer in your
Or
possession.
Hegel, with his Africa comparable to a land of childhood, still enveloped in the dark mantle of the night as far as the development of self-conscious history was concerned. Hegel's statement that there was nothing harmonious with humanity to be found in the African character is representative of the racist images of Africans and Africa such a colonial child was bound to encounter in the literature of the colonial languages. The results could be disastrous. In her paper read to the Conference on the Teaching of African Literature in Schools, held in Nairobi in 1973, entitled Written Literature and Black Images, the Kenyan writer and scholar Professor Misere Mugo related how a reading of the description of Gabriel as an old African woman in Rider Haggard's King Solomon's Mines had for a long time made her feel mortal terror whenever she encountered an old African woman. In his autobiography, This Life, Sidney Poitier describes how, as a result of the literature he had read, he had come to associate Africa with snakes. So on arrival in Africa and being put up in a modern hotel in a modern city, he couldn't sleep because he kept on looking for snakes everywhere, even under the bed. These two have been able to pinpoint the origins of their fears, but for most others, the negative image becomes internalized and it affects their cultural and even political choices in ordinary living. Thus, Leopold Sedar Senghor has said very clearly that although the colonial language had been forced upon him, if he had been given the choice, he would still have opted for French. He becomes lyrical in his subservience to French. Quote, we express ourselves in French since French has a universal vocation, and since our message is also addressed to French people and others. In our languages, i.e. African languages, the halo that surrounds the words is by nature merely that of sap and blood. French words send out thousands of rays like diamonds, end quote. Senghor had now been rewarded by being anointed to an honored place in the French Academy, that institution for safeguarding the purity of the French language. In Malawi, Banda has erected his own monument by way of an institution, the Kamuzu Academy, designed to aid the brightest pupils of Malawi in their mastery of English. Quote, it is a grammar school designed to produce boys and girls who will be sent to universities like Harvard, Chicago, Oxford, Cambridge, and Edinburgh, and be able to compete on equal terms with others elsewhere. The president has instructed that Latin should occupy a central place in the curriculum. All teachers must have had at least some Latin in their academic background. Dr. Banda has often said that no one can fully master English without knowledge of languages such as Latin and French, end quote. For good measure, no Malawian is allowed to teach at that academy. None is good enough. And all the teaching staff has been recruited from Britain. A Malawian might lower the standards, or rather, the purity of the English language. Can we get a more telling example of hatred of what is national and a servile worship of what is foreign, even though dead? In history books and popular commentaries on Africa, too much has been made of the supposed differences in the policies of the various colonial powers, the British indirect rule, or the pragmatism of the British and their lack of a cultural program, and the French and Portuguese conscious program of cultural assimilation. These are a matter of detail and emphasis. The final effect was the same. Senghor's embrace of French as this language with a universal vocation is not so different from Chinua Achebe's gratitude in 1964 to English. Quote, "Those of us who have inherited the English language may not be in a position to appreciate the value of this inheritance," end quote. The assumptions behind the practice of those of us who have abandoned our mother tongues and adopted European ones as the creative vehicles of our imagination are not different either. Thus, the 1962 Conference of African Writers of English Expression was only recognizing, with approval and pride, of course, what through all the years of selective education and rigorous tutelage we had already been led to accept: the fatalistic logic of the unassailable position of English in our literature. The logic was embodied deep in imperialism, and it was imperialism and its effects that we didn't examine at Makerere. It is the final triumph of a system of domination when the dominated start singing its virtues. Part 6. The 20 years that followed the Makerere Conference gave the world a unique literature. Novels, stories, poems, plays written by Africans in European languages, which soon consolidated itself into a tradition with companion studies and a scholarly industry. Right from its conception, it was the literature of the petty bourgeoisie, born of the colonial schools and universities. It couldn't be otherwise, given the linguistic medium of its message. Its rise and development reflected the gradual ascension of this class to political and even economic dominance. But the petty bourgeoisie in Africa was a large class, with different strands in it. It ranged from that section which looked forward to a permanent alliance with imperialism, in which it played the role of an intermediary between the bourgeoisie of the Western metropolis and the people of the colonies, the section which in my book Detained, a writer's prison diary, I have described as the comprador bourgeoisie, to that section which saw the future in terms of a vigorous, independent national economy, in African capitalism, or in some kind of socialism, to what I shall here call the nationalistic or patriotic bourgeoisie. This literature by Africans in European languages was specifically that of the nationalistic bourgeoisie in its creators, its thematic concerns, and its consumption. Internationally, the literature helped this class, which in politics, business, and education was assuming leadership of the countries newly emergent from colonialism, or of those struggling to so emerge, to explain Africa to the world. Africa had a past and a culture of dignity and human complexity. Internally, the literature gave this class a cohesive tradition and a common literary frame of references, which it otherwise lacked with its uneven roots in the culture of the peasantry and in the culture of the metropolitan bourgeoisie. The literature added confidence to the class. The petty bourgeoisie now had a past, a culture, and a literature with which to confront the racist bigotry of Europe. This confidence manifested in the tone of the writing, its sharp critique of European bourgeois civilization, its implications, particularly in its negritude mold, that Africa had something new to give to the world, reflects the political ascendancy of the patriotic nationalistic section of the petty bourgeoisie before and immediately after independence. So initially this literature, in the post-war world of national democratic revolutionary and anti-colonial liberation in China and India, armed uprisings in Kenya and Algeria, the independence of Ghana and Nigeria with others impending, was part of that great anti-colonial and anti-imperialist upheaval in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean islands. It was inspired by the general political awakening. It drew its stamina and even form from the peasantry, their proverbs, fables, stories, riddles, and wise sayings. It was shot through and through with optimism. But later, when the Comprador section assumed political ascendancy and strengthened rather than weakened the economic links with imperialism in what was clearly a neo-colonial arrangement, this literature became more and more critical, cynical, disillusioned, bitter, and denunciatory in tone. It was almost unanimous in its portrayal, with varying degrees of detail, emphasis, and clarity of vision, of the post-independence betrayal of hope. But to whom was it directing its list of mistakes made, crimes and wrongs committed, complaints unheeded, or its call for a change of moral direction? The imperialist bourgeoisie? The petty bourgeoisie in power? The military itself part and parcel of that class? It sought another audience, principally the peasantry and the working class, or what was generally conceived as the people. The search for new audience and new directions was reflected in the quest for simpler forms, in the adoption of a more direct tone, and often in a direct call for action. It was also reflected in the content. Instead of seeing Africa as one undifferentiated mass of historically wronged blackness, it now attempted some sort of class analysis and evaluation of neo-colonial societies. But this search was still within the confines of the languages of Europe, whose use it now defended with less vigor and confidence. So its quest was hampered by the very language choice, and in its movement towards the people, it could only go up to that section of the petty bourgeoisie. The students, teachers, secretaries, for instance, still in closest touch with the people. It settled there, marking time, caged within the linguistic fence of its colonial inheritance. Its greatest weakness still lay where it has always been, in the audience. The petty bourgeoisie readership automatically assumed by the very choice of language. Because of its indeterminate economic position between the many contending classes, the petty bourgeoisie develops a vacillating psychological makeup. Like a chameleon, it takes on the color of the main class with which it is the closest touch and sympathy. It can be swept to activity by the masses at a time of revolutionary tide, or be driven to silence, fear, cynicism, withdrawal into self-contemplation, existential anguish, or to collaboration with the powers that be at times of reactionary tides. In Africa, this class has always oscillated between the imperialist bourgeoisie and its comprador neo-colonial ruling elements on the one hand, and the peasantry and the working class, the masses, on the other. This very lack of identity in its social and psychological makeup as a class was reflected in the very literature it produced. The crisis of identity was assumed in that very preoccupation with definition at the Makerere Conference. In literature, as in politics, it spoke as if its identity, or the crisis of its own identity, was that of society as a whole. The literature it produced in European languages was given the identity of African literature, as if there had never been literature in African languages. Yet by avoiding a real confrontation with the language issue, it was clearly wearing false robes of identity. It was a pretender to the throne of the mainstream of African literature. the practitioner of what John Heinz John called Neo-African literature tried to get out of the dilemma by over-insisting that European languages were really African languages, or by trying to Africanize English or French usage while making sure it was still recognizable as English or French or Portuguese.
5 seconds left.
In the process, this literature created, falsely and even absurdly, an English-speaking, or French, or Portuguese, African peasantry and working class, a clear negation or falsification of the historical process and reality. This European language-speaking peasantry and working class, existing only in novels and dramas, was at times invested with the vacillating mentality, the evasive self-contemplation, the existential anguished human condition, or the man torn between two worlds facedness of the petty bourgeoisie. In fact, if it had been left entirely to this class, African languages would have ceased to exist with independence. Part 7. But African languages refused to die. They would not simply go up the way of Latin to become the fossils for linguistic archaeology to dig up, classify, and argue about at international conferences. These languages, these national heritages of Africa, were kept alive by the peasantry. The peasantry saw no contradiction between speaking their own mother tongues and belonging to a larger national or continental geography. They saw no necessary antagonistic contradiction between belonging to their immediate nationality, to their multinational state along the Berlin-drawn boundaries, and to Africa as a whole. These people happily spoke Wolof, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Arabic, Amharic, Kiswahili, Gikuyu, Luo, Luya, Shona, Ndebele, Kimbundu, Zulu, or Lingala, without this fact tearing the multinational states apart. During the anti-colonial struggle, they showed an unlimited capacity to unite around whatever leader or party best and most consistently articulated an anti-imperialist position. If anything, it was the petty bourgeoisie, particularly the compradors, with their French and English and Portuguese, with their petty rivalries, their ethnic chauvinism, which encouraged these vertical divisions, to the point of war at times. No, the peasantry had no complexes about their languages and the cultures they carried. In fact, when the peasantry and the working class were compelled by necessity or history to adopt the language of the master, they Africanized it, without any of the respect for its ancestry shown by Senghor and Achebe, so totally as to have created new African languages, like Creole in Sierra Leone or Pidgin in Nigeria, that owed their identities to the syntax and rhythms of African languages. All these languages were kept alive in the daily speech, in the ceremonies, in political struggles, above all in the rich store of orature, proverbs, stories, poems, and riddles. The peasantry and the urban working class threw up singers. They sang the old songs or composed new ones, incorporating the new experiences and industries and urban life, and in working class struggle and organizations. These singers pushed the languages to new limits, renewing and reinvigorating them by coining new words and new expressions, and in generally expanding their capacity to incorporate new happenings in Africa and the world. The peasantry and the working class threw up their own writers, or attracted to their ranks and concern intellectuals from among the petty bourgeoisie, who all wrote in African languages. It is these writers, like Haroy Walda Selassie, Jemakau Takla, Harwayat Shaban Robert, Abdul Latif Abdallah, Ibrahim Hussein, Euphrates Kazilalabi, B.H. Vilakazi, Okot P. Batek, A.C. Jordan, P. Mboya, D.O. Fagunwa, Mazisi Kunene, and many others rightly celebrated in Albert Gerard's pioneering study of literature in African languages from the 10th century to the present, called African Language Literatures, who have given our languages a written literature. Thus, the immortality of our languages in print has been ensured despite the internal and external pressures for their extinction. In Kenya, I would like to single out Gakaara wa Wanjau, who was jailed by the British for the 10 years between 1952 and 1962 because of his writing in Gikuyu. His book, Mwandiki wa Mau Mau Ita Amiri o Ini, a diary he secretly kept while in political detention, was published by Heinemann Kenya and won the 1984 Noma Award. It is a powerful work, extending the range of the Gikuyu language prose, and it is a crowning achievement to the work he started in 1946. He has worked in poverty, in the hardships of prison, in post-independence isolation, when the English language held sway in Kenya's schools from nursery to university, and in every walk of the national printed world. But he never broke his faith in the possibilities of Kenya's national languages. His inspiration came from the mass anti-colonial movement of Kenyan people, particularly the militant wing grouped around Mau Mau, or the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, which in 1952 ushered in the era of modern guerrilla warfare in Africa. He is the clearest example of those writers thrown up by the mass political movements of an awakened peasantry and working class. And finally, from among the European language-speaking African petty bourgeoisie, there emerged a few who refused to join the chorus of those who had accepted the fatalistic logic of the position of European languages in our literary being. It was one of those, Obi Wali, who pulled the carpet from under the literary feet of those who gathered at Makerere in 1962 by declaring in an article published in Transition, September 10th, 1963, quote, that the whole uncritical acceptance of English and French as the inevitable medium for educating African writing is misdirected and has no chance of advancing African literature and culture, quote. And that until African writers accepted that any true African literature must be written in African languages, they would merely be pursuing a dead end. Quote, what we would like future conferences on African literature to devote time to is the all-important problem of African writing in African languages and all its implications for the development of a truly African sensibility, end quote. Obi Wali had his predecessors, people like David Diop of Senegal, had put the case against this use of colonial languages even more strongly. Quote, the African creator, deprived of the use of his language and cut off from his people, might turn out to be only the representative of a literary trend, and that not necessarily the least gratuitous, of the conquering nation. His works, having become a perfect illustration of the assimilationist policy through imagination and style, will doubtless rouse the warm applause of a certain group of critics. In fact, these praises will go mostly to colonialism, which, when it can no longer keep its subjects in slavery, transforms them into docile intellectuals patterned after Western literary fashions, which besides is another more subtle form of bastardization, end quote. David Diop quite correctly saw that the use of English and French was a matter of temporary historical necessity. Quote, surely, in an Africa freed from oppression, it will not occur to any writer to express, otherwise than in his rediscovered language, his feelings and the feelings of his people, end quote. The importance of Obiwali's intervention was in tone and timing. It was published soon after the 1962 Makerere Conference of African Writers of English Expression. It was polemical and aggressive, poured ridicule and scorn on the choice of English and French, while being unapologetic in its call for the use of African languages. Not surprisingly, it was met with hostility and then silence. But 20 years of uninterrupted dominance of literature and European languages, the reactionary turn that political and economic events in Africa have taken, and the search for a revolutionary break with the neo-colonial status quo, all compel soul-searching among writers, raising once again the entire question of the language of African literature. Part 8. The question is this. We as African writers have always complained about the neo-colonial economic and political relationship to Euro-America. Right. But by our continuing to write in foreign languages, paying homage to them, are we not on the cultural level continuing that neo-colonial slavish and cringing spirit? What is the difference between a politician who says Africa can't do without imperialism and the writer who says Africa can't do without European languages? While we were busy haranguing the ruling circles in a language which automatically excluded the participation of the peasantry and the working class in the debate, imperialist culture and African reactionary forces had a field day. The Christian Bible is available in unlimited quantities in even the tiniest African language. The comprador ruling cliques are also quite happy to have the peasantry and working class all to themselves. Distortions, dictatorial directives, decrees, museum-type fossils paraded as African culture, feudalistic ideologies, superstitions, lies, all these backward elements and more are communicated to the African masses in their own languages without any challenges from those with alternative visions of tomorrow who have deliberately cocooned themselves in English, French, and Portuguese. It's ironic that the most reactionary African politician, the one who believes in selling Africa to Europe, is often a master of African languages. That the most zealous of European missionaries, who believed in rescuing Africa from itself, even from the paganism of its languages, were nevertheless masters of African languages, which they often reduced to writing. The European missionary believed too much in his mission of conquest not to communicate it in the languages most readily available to the people. The African writer believes too much in African literature to write it in those ethnic, divisive, and underdeveloped languages of the peasantry. The added irony is that what they've produced, despite any claims to the contrary, isn't African literature. The editors of the Pelican Guides to English Literature, in their latest volume, were right to include discussion of this literature as part of 20th century English literature, just as the French Academy was right to honor Senghor for his genuine and talented contribution to French literature and language. What we have created is another hybrid tradition, a tradition in transition, a minority tradition that can only be termed as Afro-European literature, that is, the literature written by Africans in European languages. It has produced many writers and works of genuine talent, Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Ayikwe Arma, Sembene Osmane, Agostino Neto, Sadar Senghor, and many others. Who can deny their talent? The light in the products of their fertile imaginations has certainly illuminated important aspects of the African being in its continuous struggle against the political and economic consequences of Berlin and after. However, we cannot have our cake and eat it. Their work belongs to an Afro-European literary tradition, which is likely to last for as long as Africa is under this rule of European capital in a neo-colonial setup. So Afro-European literature can be defined as literature written by Africans and European languages in the era of imperialism. But some are coming round to the inescapable conclusion articulated by Obiwali with such polemical vigor 20 years ago. African literature can only be written in African languages, that is, the languages of the African peasantry and working class, the major alliance of classes in each of our nationalities, and the agency for the coming, inevitable, revolutionary break with neocolonialism.
To locate a bomb.
Part 9. I started writing in Gikuyu language in 1977. After 17 years of involvement in Afro-European literature, in my case, Afro-English literature. It was then that I collaborated with Ngugi wa Miri'i in the drafting of the play script, Nga Ahika Inde Inda. The English translation was, I Will Marry You When I Want. I have since published a novel in Gikuyu, Kaita Ani Muta Ra Ba Ini, English translation, Devil on the Cross, and completed a musical drama, Maiku Inju Gira, English translation, Mother, Sing For Me. 3 books for children, Najamba Nene Na Imba Ahi I Mathagu, Bathi To Ora Ya Najambe Nene, Najamba Nene Na Sibu, King Ang-i, as well as another novel manuscript, Matigari Ma Jiru Ungi. Wherever I have gone, particularly in Europe, I have been confronted with the question, why are you now writing in Gikuyu? Why do you now write in an African language? In some academic quarters, I have been confronted with the rebuke, why have you abandoned us? It was almost as if, in choosing to write in Gikuyu, I was doing something abnormal. But Gikuyu is my mother tongue. The very fact that what common sense dictates in the literary practice of other cultures is being questioned in an African writer is a measure of how far imperialism has distorted the view of African realities. It has turned reality upside down. The abnormal is viewed as normal, and the normal is viewed as abnormal. Africa actually enriches Europe, but Africa is made to believe that it needs Europe to rescue it from poverty. Africa's natural and human resources continue to develop Europe and America, but Africa is made to feel grateful for aid from the same quarters that still sit on the back of the continent. Africa even produces intellectuals who now rationalize this upside-down way of looking at Africa. I believe that my writing in Gikuyu language, a Kenyan language, an African language, is part and parcel of the anti-imperialist struggles of Kenyan and African peoples. In schools and universities, our Kenyan languages, that is, the languages of the many nationalities which make up Kenya, were associated with negative qualities of backwardness, underdevelopment, humiliation, and punishment. We who went through that school system were meant to graduate with a hatred of the people and the culture and the values of the language of our daily humiliation and punishment. I don't want to see Kenyan children growing up in that imperialist imposed tradition of contempt for the tools of communication developed by their communities and their history. I want them to transcend colonial alienation. Colonial alienation takes two interlinked forms: an active or passive distancing of oneself from the reality around, and an active or passive identification with that which is most external to one's environment. It starts with a deliberate disassociation of the language of conceptualization, of thinking, of formal education, of mental development, from the language of daily interaction in the home and in the community. It is like separating the mind from the body so that they're occupying two unrelated linguistic spheres in the same person. On a larger social scale, it's like producing a society of bodiless heads and headless bodies.
Make your way to its location and
So
defuse it.
I'd like to contribute towards the restoration of the harmony between all the aspects and divisions of language so as to restore the Kenyan child to his environment, understand it fully so as to be in a position to change it for his collective good. I'd like to see Kenya people's mother tongues, our national languages, carry a literature reflecting not only the rhythms of a child's spoken expression, but also his struggle with nature and his social environment. With nature, with that harmony between himself, his language, and his environment as his starting point, he can learn other languages and even enjoy the positive, humanistic, democratic, and revolutionary elements in other people's literatures and cultures without any complexes about his own language, his own self, his environment. The all-Kenya national language, Kiswahili, the other national languages, the languages of the nationalities like Luo, Gikuyu, Maasai, Luhya, Kalenjin, Kambu, Mijikenda, Somali, Gala, Turkana, Arabic, other African languages like Hausa, Wolof, Yoruba, Igbo, Zulu, Nyanja, Lingala, Kimbundu, and foreign languages, that is, foreign to Africa, like English, French, German, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, Portuguese, Spanish, will fall into their proper perspective in the lives of Kenyan children. Chinua Achebe once decried the tendency of African intellectuals to escape into abstract universalism and the words that apply even more to the issue of the language of African literature. Quote, Africa has had such a fate in the world that the very adjective African can call up hideous fears of rejection. Better than to cut all the links with this homeland, this liability, and become in one giant leap the universal man. Indeed, I understand this anxiety, but running away from oneself seems to me a very inadequate way of dealing with an anxiety. And if writers should opt for such escapism, who's to meet the challenge? End quote. Who indeed? We African writers are bound by our calling to do for our languages what Spencer, Milton, and Shakespeare did for English, what Pushkin and Tolstoy did for Russian, indeed what all writers in world history have done for their languages, by meeting the challenge of creating a literature in them, which process later opens the languages for philosophy, science, technology, and all the other areas of human creative endeavors. But writing in our languages per se, although a necessary first step in the correct direction, will not itself bring about the Renaissance in African cultures if that literature does not carry the content of our people's anti-imperialist struggles to liberate their productive forces from foreign control. the content of the need for unity among the workers and peasants of all the nationalities in their struggles to control the wealth they produce and to free it from internal and external parasites. In other words, writers in African languages should reconnect themselves to the revolutionary traditions of an organized peasantry and working class in Africa in their struggle to defeat imperialism and create a higher system of democracy and socialism in alliance with all the other peoples of the world. Unity in that struggle would ensure unity in our multilingual diversity. It would also reveal the real links that bind the people of Africa to the peoples of Asia, South America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the USA. But it is precisely when writers open out African languages to the real links and the struggles of peasants and workers that they will meet their biggest challenge. For, to the comprador ruling regimes, their real enemy is an awakened peasantry and working class. A writer who tries to communicate the message of revolutionary unity and hope in the languages of the people becomes a subversive character. It is then that writing in African languages becomes a subversive or treasonable offense, with such a writer facing possibilities of prison, exile, or even death. For him, there are no national accolades, no New Year honors, only abuse and slander and innumerable lies from the mouths of the armed power of a ruling minority, ruling that is on behalf of US-led imperialism, and who see in democracy a real threat. A democratic participation of the people in the shaping of their own lives, or in discussing their own lives in languages that allow for mutual comprehension, is seen as being dangerous to the good government of a country and its institutions. African languages addressing themselves to the lives of the people become the enemy of a neo-colonial state.
See you on the other side.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Good, good. Welcome to the 14th Annual Penn World Voices Festival. I'm Rob Spillman. I'll be your interviewer for tonight. Just a quick reminder, please silence your cell phones. Just take a second to do that. You too, and for those of you who do not know about Penn and its mission to celebrate literature and defend free expression, we're going to show a very brief little video explaining, and then we'll be right back.
Friendly, last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Sound optional, of course.
If you're okay with dust piling up on your desk, then you'll be okay with tasks piling up in your to-do list. If you're okay with leaving things out of place, then you'll probably be okay with sending an email with a spelling mistake. If you're okay with leaving the gym before you've actually finished your workout, you'll be okay with cutting corners in your studies or your work, and the results that you get in life will show. But more than that, you will know that you are a messy room kind of entrepreneur. I learned of this concept of excellence in all areas from an entrepreneur called Sam Ovens. He has a YouTube channel. You can just go search for Sam Ovens, and he's recently made this platform, like this online community website called school.com. That's where I host my business as well. And he ended up just like in one random video of his, he showed that he had principles for his like previous business, like the kind of guidelines and rules and mindset that everyone in his business was following. And one of them was excellence in all areas. They won't cut corners. And I've been inspired by that since, and that's something that I want to get into myself. Excellence not in just the work that you produce or the videos that you make here, but excellence in, for example, the form that you have in your workouts in the gym. Excellence in your diets. Excellence in the way you hold eye contact when you're speaking to your loved ones. It's without a doubt that the students who are well hydrated, they've got good diets, they go to sleep on time, will get better grades than the students who stay up late on TikTok, who refuse to drink water because they don't like the taste of it. That's obvious, it's common sense. And yet people miss this out. This is undeniable, we know this. Because these are the people who have got their life in order. Trying to get better grades when you're dehydrated, or trying to make more money from your business when you don't even make your bed every morning, or trying to make gains in the gym when you refuse to improve your diet and you keep eating sugar. That's obvious, it's common sense, it's basic, but a lot of people miss the basics, and you might be one of them. If, for example, you're a guy who's always well hydrated, there's probably another area of life that you're not even hitting the basics on just yet. Maybe your form in the gym, if you're just being honest, maybe your form in the gym is shit. It could be. Have you ever had a personal training session to have someone else, like a professional, evaluate your form? Have you ever trained with someone who's got 10 years of experience? Have you ever even like sat down and watched 50 different videos on how to like bench press correctly, how to increase your squat form and everything? All of this pursuit of becoming excellent comes down to just your mindset of setting higher standards than you have done previously. So again, this is something that you can do. You can look around your room and just think, okay, what could I slightly increase the standards of? A lot of it for a lot of people is cleanliness, and you can increase the standards there. Maybe you can increase the standards slightly of the clothes you wear, or the hair that you keep, the way that you groom yourself. A lot of young guys, including myself, kind of let ourselves go with a little bit of laziness. So booking in a haircut once a week or 2 weeks, and with this new mindset, okay, I'm going to have higher standards for my appearance. That will translate to higher standards in your work.
If I meet people on the street, I ask them their name. They're all usually flustered when they come up to me. They don't really want to interrupt me, and then they're flustered. And the first thing I do is shake their hand and ask them their name. And I listen. Not that good at remembering names, but I listen to it. And they know how to say their name. And so it kind of settles them down. And then it sort of marks them out as a person against the background, eh? And then if I pay attention to them and listen, they will tell me something in like 10 seconds that I need to know. Because they have something to say, And then if you listen, people tell you what they have to say, and then you get wise because you collect all that. And so you want to help someone. Well, first of all, you decide that you're aiming towards help, right? And that you do that in the spirit of ignorance. This is what every good clinician learns, is I don't know where you're headed. I don't know what's wrong with you. This is a hard problem, man. It's like, what's your problem? I don't know what your problem is. So let's find that out first, and then let's find out one thing you can ask people. This is actually useful in an argument with someone you love. They're upset with you. What are your preconditions for satisfaction? Now, I wouldn't state it like that. It's like, if I could give you what you wanted right now in the context of this argument, and I wasn't doing it in a manipulative way, what is it that I would have to say or do that would in principle satisfy you? And that's a hard question, And the person might say, well, I think you should apologize about this, and then I will say, what words should I use? And they'll say, well, if you loved me, you'd know. And I would say, no, I'm stupid and ignorant, and I don't know what the right words are to satisfy you. So why don't you give me a hand with that, and I'll utter them inelegantly and awkwardly in a good faith demonstration of my commitment to peace. And that won't be so good, because maybe it would have been better if I came up with it myself, but maybe next time I can do slightly better. And that works. It requires the person who's after you to think through the question even of whether there's anything that could be said or done that would satisfy them. And if the answer to that is no, well, probably the relationship is over. But certainly the person that they're accusing has been put in an absolutely impossible position. But usually, almost inevitably, if the person meditates on it for a bit, there is something that would satisfy them that can be negotiated, as long as they're willing to give you the opportunity to do it, you know, stupidly and badly. So, listening, man. Jimmy Carr, I talked to Jimmy Carr 2 weeks ago, the famous comedian. Yeah,
He was
it was real interesting. He said comedy is the most dialogical of the entertainment forms. And I thought, well, what do you mean by that? Because you just talk. It's a monologue, right? Now, I do monologues, but I pay attention to the audience, right? I'm always talking to individual people in the audience and watching their reactions and listening to the audience as a whole. So even though it's a lecture, let's say, or a talk, I'm watching the audience and responding. So we're in a kind of dance. Well, Carr pointed out that comedians, before they hit the road, and this is virtually invariably the case, they have their new routines. So their corpus of potentially funny jokes. And then they do 200 shows in front of small audiences. And the audience either laughs or doesn't. And if you're listening, you collect all the jokes that people laugh at. If you do that 200 times, you have nothing but hilarious material. But you listened. And then you can go out on the road. And that was very interesting to me, because humor is a mysterious phenomenon, experientially and conceptually. And it's sort of precognitive and instinctual, but it's also extremely sophisticated. And there's an element of transcendence about it, right? Because you can laugh at yourself. And that's in some sense the highest form of humor. And so it's so interesting that we can criticize and elevate ourselves at the same time, and that we find that intensely pleasurable. And so a good comedian collects ways to do that, shares them with the audience, and he's listening. And so if you want to help someone, the best way to help someone is not to give them advice, but to listen to them. So
I had a guest actually come on this podcast before Jimmy Carr. Jimmy Carr was on 2 weeks ago, and we had a great conversation about happiness and the nature of happiness. And the guest before Jimmy Carr wrote in my diary, which is a tradition we have now, where all the guests that come on write a question for the next guest. So there is a question in there for you. But the guest wrote a question which changed his life, which is, are you happy? And I, from reading your work and understanding your position on happiness and it not being the thing to aim for, which really struck me, because I thought, I thought life was the North Star of our lives was to try and be happy. I guess my question is, I was going to ask you that question.
Aim to be good and pray for happiness.
So the question I was going to, is pretty much that is, what is a better question for me to ask you if I'm checking in on you? Because we asked that question with good intentions. Are you happy? What's a better question for me to ask Jordan Peterson?
How are you doing?
How are you doing? How are you doing?
Brilliantly and terribly. That's when you listen to a profound piece of music, one that sort of spans the whole emotional experience, it's not happy. Happy is elevator music, and probably you just shouldn't listen to that at all. Right? And you think, why? Well, it's harmless, it's treacly, it's sweet, it's simple, it lacks depth, it's shallow, that's a problem.
1 op 4 remaining.
doesn't have that deep sense of awe and horror, I would say, that is characteristic of the best of all music. You know, you listen to some simple music, so-called. Hank Williams is a good example. You know, the blues cowboy from the 50s who died of alcoholism when he was 27 and whose voice sounds like an 80-year-old man. Simple melody, you know, but there's nothing simple in the song and in the voice. It's deep, you know, it's like the blues. It's like black blues in the States from the 20s, and this was certainly influenced by that tradition. There's this admission of a deep suffering at the same time as you get the beautiful transcendence of the music. And that's meaning, you know, that's awful in the most fundamental sense, but you need an antidote to suffering, and it has to be deep. And you know, deep moves you tectonically, and it's not a trivial thing. But that's better than happiness. And maybe if you're lucky while you're pursuing that and while you're immersed in it, you get to be happy. And you should fall on your knees and be grateful for that when it happens. You know, it's a gift. It really is a gift. And it comes upon you unexpectedly, your happiness, you know. But you aim to climb uphill to the highest peak you can possibly envision. And that's better than happiness.
Why did you include terribly?
Well, for example, now when I go, wherever I go in the world, people come up to me and they're usually, I wouldn't say they're happy to see me. They're often in tears, you know, and they often have a pretty rough story to relate. You know, they were suicidal or nihilistic or homicidal or trapped, desperate, you know, and they tell me that real fast. And then they say, I've overcome that to a large degree, and thank you for that. And you think, well, that's really something to have that happen over and over. In some ways, you might think, well, how could anything better possibly happen to you than to have people come up to you all over the world, strangers, and open themselves up like that, like they're old friends so quickly. But at the same time, it's an awful thing, because you see, even in the revelation of their triumph, the initial depth of their despair. So I wouldn't change that. But it's not nothing. And it's certainly not just happiness. Music. And probably you just shouldn't listen to that at all. Right? And you think, why? Well, reason be. You know, that's awful in the most fundamental sense, but you need an antidote to suffering, and it has to be deep. And you know, deep moves you tectonically, and it's not a trivial thing. But that's better than happiness. And maybe if you're lucky while you're pursuing that and while you're immersed in it, you get to be happy, and you should fall on your knees and be grateful for that when it happens. You know, it's a gift. It really is a gift. And it comes upon you unexpectedly, your happiness. You know? But you aim to climb uphill to the highest peak you can possibly envision. And that's better than happiness.
Why did you include terribly?
Well, for example, now when I go, wherever I go in the world, people come up to me and they're usually, I wouldn't say they're happy to see me. They're often in tears, you know, and they often have a pretty rough story to relate. You know, they were suicidal or nihilistic or homicidal or trapped, desperate, you know, and they tell me that real fast. And then they say, I've overcome that to a large degree, and thank you for that. And you think, well, that's really something to have that happen over and over. In some ways, you might think, well, how could anything better possibly happen to you than to have people come up to you all over the world, strangers, and open themselves up like that, like they're old friends so quickly. But at the same time, it's an awful thing, because you see, even in the revelation of their triumph, the initial depth of their despair. So I wouldn't change that. But it's not nothing. And it's certainly not just happiness. It's better than happiness, but it's almost unbearable.
Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
God, tears again. It's been quite a 2 weeks in the UK. It's been amazing.
You found a bomb. Make your
It's
way
been
to the
amazing.
location
It's such a great country, this country. Such a profound place. And it was so wonderful to see Cambridge and Oxford and to be welcomed by the students. And
I saw the queues around the block and the reaction you got. I watched the talk in Cambridge, and it was so wonderful to see, because I know that you don't do what you do for credit. That kind of seems to be, the antithesis of the pursuing your truth and doing it in the cause of truth. But it was so wonderful to see someone that I know has had such a profound impact on so many be received in such a way. We have a closing tradition.
Okay.
One of the, I don't normally do this, but one of the really great CEOs in our country, a young guy, has built a multi-billion-dollar company, really great guy, sat here yesterday, and I actually told him for the first time who he's writing the question for, and I couldn't believe his face. Oh my God, that's the one person I want to have dinner with. This is probably the most successful young person in our country. And so he knew who he was writing the question for. So the question that the previous guest wrote is, why do you do what you do?
to see what will happen. Some programs you cannot predict, right? You cannot predict how they're going to end. You have to run them. Well, I believe that truth will save the world. I believe that. So speak truthfully. And you watch what happens. And you take your consequences. And maybe you hope and have some faith that in the final analysis, things will work out in your favor. But perhaps they will and perhaps they won't. But that's faith, eh? That's faith. Faith isn't believing in things you regard as ridiculous, sacrificing your intellect. It's a decision. Will truth, beauty, and love save the world? Well, you can find out.
Thank you doesn't seem to quite cut it for the impact you've had even on me, and also for giving me your time. I know you understand the tremendous value of time. I've seen it so much in your work. So I'm going to say thank you, but I'm also going to make a commitment to do something which I think is more important, which is just to be truthful. And I think with the platform I have and the years I have ahead of me, maybe that's the greatest good that I can do to the world. So because you've come here, that's a pledge and a commitment I want to make to you as my highest form of thanks that I can give in a karmic way. Hopefully that will make the world a better place for everybody.
Well, at least it will help ensure that you won't make the world a worse place.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For everything. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
A huge honor. Thank you so much.
Hostile bomb defused. Mission successful.